you, everyone. We're going to go on to our next item, which is item 21, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego to support the California Legislative Black Caucus 2024 Reparations Legislative Package. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Vargas, and thank you to my colleagues for considering this resolution. It is a great honor for me to bring this item forward, calling for a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego to support the California Legislative Black Caucus's 2024 Reparations Legislative Package. Back in 2021, I was appointed to serve on the 9-member Reparations Task Force, which was established by Assembly Bill 3121, which was written by then Assembly Member Dr. Weber, now Secretary of State, Dr. Weber. We were tasked to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans with a special consideration for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. We did the hard work. We dove deep into the history of slavery in California and the continuing and current disparities faced by the descendants of enslaved people. Based on this research, the task force recommended appropriate forms of rehabilitation and restitution that could mitigate the socioeconomic and cultural disparities that persist because of slavery. We did this by following the reparations model adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, which includes 5 types of reparations: restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and non-repetition. Restitution focuses on restoring rights, property, and dignity that were unjustly taken. Compensation involves monetary payments. Rehabilitation aims to provide services such as health care and education to mitigate ongoing harms. Satisfaction involves acknowledging the suffering and experiences of victims through official apologies. Guarantees of non-repetition aim to prevent future injustices by addressing system issues and implementing structural reforms. I say all this to show that the idea of reparations is not new or unique. It is a global concept. Just a couple of examples here. The United States advocated that Jewish survivors of the Holocaust were paid reparations. And there's another example closer to home. Japanese Americans received $1.5 billion for being interned in California during World War II. Based on the task force report, the California Legislative Black Caucus introduced the 2024 Reparations Legislative Package, which consists of 14 bills in the areas of education, civil rights, criminal justice reform, health, and business. This was on January 31st of this year. Not all bills have gone through, but there are still bills moving, which we want to show our support here in San Diego County. There's often confusion about what this reparations legislative package is. One part of it, scholars estimate that up to 1,500 enslaved African Americans lived in California in 1852. And that year, California passed and enforced a fugitive slave law that was harsher than the federal fugitive slave law. Even after slavery was legally abolished in 1865, government institutions continued to enforce segregation and discriminatory practices that marginalized African Americans. This systemic oppression denied them of opportunities for economic advancement, equal education, and access to adequate health care. When African Americans pursued equal political participation, the government suppressed Black votes and Black political power. Black men could not vote in California until 1879. And at the same time, ordinary citizens still terrorized and murdered Black Californians. The Ku Klux Klan established local chapters all over the state in the 1920s. African Americans were denied equal access to the capital needed to buy a single-family home, while the government subsidized white Americans' efforts to buy and own the same type of home. And we have quite a few more examples in our 1,100-page report that I tell everyone to read. And if not, please read the executive summary. Reparations is about acknowledging the profound wrongs that were and continue to be inflicted upon African Americans, descendants of enslaved people, and making amends for the offense and harm inflicted. It is about making an actionable commitment to healing and justice through policy reform. Many people don't believe or understand the extent of the harms or feel it is their responsibility to make amends for what happened, but we all need to understand that reparations are deeply connected to broader social issues and social justice and equity issues. We must learn and acknowledge our collective history, and we must rectify historical injustices and ensure equitable opportunities for all people. We as a society cannot turn a blind eye to the uncomfortable truth and pretend these injustices did not happen. I want to thank my colleagues for listening to me, for your time and your consideration, and of course encourage you to support the resolution. Just wanted to lay a little bit of groundwork before we begin a further discussion, and then I'll turn it over, I will turn it over to the chair of the Reparations Task Force, Camila Moore, who is here and came here from Los Angeles, and then after which Councilmember Henry Foster will have a few words.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Lovely chamber, by the way. Yes, so I had the honor and the privilege to serve as the chairperson of the First of the Nation California Reparations Task Force with my distinguished colleague, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. And I am here before you in support of this resolution in favor of California Legislative Black Caucus's 2024 reparations legislative package. This legislative package represents a pivotal moment in our collective journey toward justice and equity. The recommendations laid out by the task force were born out of rigorous research, historical analysis, and truly heartfelt testimonies from those most affected by the legacy of slavery and systemic racism in our state. The bills within the CLBC's package cover critical areas: education, civil rights, criminal justice, reform, health, and business that are essential to addressing the structural inequalities that continue to affect African Americans, particularly those who are descendants of enslaved people in the United States. I want to bring attention to a poll from UC Berkeley Institutes of Governmental Studies that was released last year, about 2 months after the task force concluded. And it revealed that while, yes, many, you could say even most Californians have serious reservations about cash payments as a form of reparations, that same poll revealed that the majority of Californians actually into slaves. That same poll revealed that the majority of Californians believe that the state isn't doing enough for Black people or descendants of slaves, and that includes counties as well. And so you all voting in favor of this resolution actually brings you all into alignment with the majority of California voters in terms of their support of non-cash payments reparations at this particular time. And that's what the CLBC's reparations package represents, of repair. And so in all, again, by supporting this package, San Diego County will be standing on the right side of history, ensuring equal protection under the law for descendants of slaves, because I just want to say reparations is not about preferential treatment. Despite media misconceptions, it's about ensuring equal protection under the law, under this divinely ordered U.S. Constitution. So in all, I urge you to adopt this resolution and to recognize the importance of this moment in our state's history. The steps we take today will set a precedent for the rest of the nation, showcasing California's commitment to leading the way in repairing the harm and continuing harms caused by our collective past. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am San Diego City Council member Henry Foster III, representing the 4th Council District, and I urge you to support the resolution that's before you today. As mentioned, reparations are not just about financial compensation, but about acknowledging, addressing, and preventing the horrific harms inflicted on our ancestors and the continued discrimination and disparities that our descendants of slaves continue to feel. Although slavery ended in 1864, the racist policies persisted in California, especially in San Diego. Even the issues and policy decisions we face today on the dais as elected officials directly stem from these racist policies, and we must acknowledge these harms. At the end of the day, are we encouraging or eliminating discrimination by what we do behind the dais? Whether it's home ownership rates, pay disparities, poverty rates, homelessness, incarceration rates, or enrollment in our higher learning institutions. Black Californians face significant disparities compared to our white counterparts. How are we 5% of the population in San Diego, but stopped by law enforcement at a rate 130% higher than our white counterparts? How are we 5% of the population, but 30% of those homeless? And again, look at our institutions of higher learning and its enrollment rate for Black San Diegans. I had the honor and privilege of attending Hampton University, a historically Black college and university. It is actually home of the Emancipation Oak. So for me, this is very personal. Every time I visit Hampton, I go to the Emancipation Oak to ensure I do not forget our nation's past, as we must do better and repair the intentional harms to African Americans. Understand, by design, I should not be here today as an elected official and council member. Look at your colleague, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. By design, by intention, she should not be here today. 173 years is what it took to get a Black woman elected to the Board of Supervisors. That's how serious and how personal this matter is. We must acknowledge and resolve, address, and prevent continued discrimination and exclusion. And this bipartisan bill package moves us toward reconciliation and justice. The city of San Diego has already passed a similar resolution, and I urge each of you today to support the resolution before you. If not, what are we to do? What is the public to understand? Is the Board of Supervisors for the County of San Diego. We are the 8th largest city, the 2nd largest county. And we cannot and must not continue to pass the policies that we pass here today. So I urge you to again support this resolution before you, and I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to note that the City of Chula Vista also passed a resolution in support. And with that, I will move the item. Thank you so much, Chair.
Happy to second. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to the public, and then we'll have discussion.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 26 requests to speak on this item, 15 in person and 11 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 21 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of the item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and again, I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Chevelle Newell-Tate, Yvette Porter-Moore, and Jacqueline Clark.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Chevelle Tate, District Director with Assembly Member Dr. Akilah Weber. Legislators are in Sacramento, finish up in their last few days of session, so she's not able to be here today, but I will read a letter of support on her behalf. Dear members of the board, as the newly elected chair of the California Legislative Black Caucus, I am writing to express my strong support for your agenda item concerning the resolution to support the 2024 reparations legislative package in the state of California. As elected leaders in the County of San Diego, this resolution represents a meaningful step towards your engagement with addressing the long-standing injustices and systemic inequalities faced by African American communities throughout our county and our state. The California reparations package entails a substantive approach to rectifying historical wrongs, exquisitely detailed in the California Reparations Task Force report that was released last summer. One of your own supervisors, whom we owe immense gratitude for her sacrifice and diligence, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp, served on that task force. By supporting this resolution today, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors will affirm its commitment to justice, to equity, and the moral responsibility of our government to repair the consequences of past injustices, including those that have happened here in San Diego. My colleagues in the CLBC understand that reparations are not only about financial compensation, but a multi-year effort to address the deep-rooted inequalities that continue to plague our society. So thank you to the entire San Diego Board of Supervisors for your attention to this critical issue and for your continued dedication to advancing equity and justice in our community. I urge your yes vote to support Agenda Item 21 today and to support future legislative packages. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings, supervisors. My name is Yvette Porter-Moore, and I am a local genealogist and historian. I come today in support of Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp and the signing of the resolution to support the California Legislative Black Caucus's 2024 reparations package. The question for reparations in California has been a movement to cure the harms that have been inherited by the descendants of chattel slavery. I am one of those descendants. The residue of the harms caused by black codes, Jim Crow, redlining, discrimination in all matters of life, and racial terror still affect us today. These harms are not so distant. Next week, a coalition will be remembering the life of Alton Collier. On the evening of April 27, 1946, Alton Collier, a 26-year-old black Coronado resident and an employee of the Hotel del Coronado, was killed in a racial attack by a group of Navy men while aboard a Coronado ferry bound for San Diego. He was hit and thrown overboard and drowned. His body was recovered a week later, and it was noted by the coroner that he died by suicide. The suspects got away with this act. Today's decision to sign the reparations resolution is a good step in joining in solidarity to do the right thing. As history catches up with the truth, the signing of this resolution today accepts the responsibility of correction that must be done through our cities, counties, and state. I pray that this act will have a ripple effect on our nation because the world is watching. And thank you, and I hope that we get your positive vote. Thanks.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Ellen Nash, Camila Moore, and Khaled Alexander. If I've called your name, please come forward and stand on the arrows. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Clark, and I represent the seniors and elder descendants of those enslaved in America. Thank you all for bringing this resolution forward. Thank you, Monica Montgomery Stepp, for bringing this resolution forward. I don't know if you need a reason to tell your constituents why you should support this resolution. I'll share a few. One of the most important reasons you can tell them is there are 80, 90, and 100-year-old descendants of those enslaved in America who are still alive with us today. And because their ancestors never received reparations, The responsibility of it now passes on to you, to the legislators, not just here in San Diego, not just in California, but across the country. They could have received better opportunities in education, civil rights, criminal justice reform, health, and business opportunities. You tell them that reparations from the harms of slavery should have been taken care of and should have been paid in the immediate years after the abolishment of slavery, and it was not. And because it was not taken care of, the responsibility has fallen into the hands of present-day lawmakers. The proof and evidence of the task force report overwhelmingly supports each bill that is part of the reparations priority bill package. The corrections of the wrong of the past bears a huge moral obligation that must be satisfied. We did not come here by choice, we came here forcibly. The cruelty was institutionalized and tucked neatly into laws like Prop 36, and practices that are designed to exclude blacks from the rights and privileges of full American citizenship. Therefore, it is not only a matter of historical correction, but a matter of moral obligation to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite additional speakers. Ashkari Abdul Muntagin. I apologize for mispronouncing the name. Cheryl Canson.
Good afternoon. This is Ellen Nash. I'm the chair of the Black American Political Association of San Diego, and I stand before you as a lifetime resident of San Diego. But I also stand here on behalf of my living mother, who is now 93 years old. And she would share with me stories about some of the examples that our own supervisors talked about with regard to the harms that have been gleaned upon her. And I witnessed those as a young person growing up here in San Diego. The only glitter and gleam I had of hope was I am a beneficiary of affirmative action. I wouldn't be able to stand here today if it wasn't for affirmative action. But that was stripped away, but that was at least a gleam of hope. I want to commend our own Board of Supervisor, my supervisor, Board of Supervisor Monica Montgomery, for standing in the gap for those of us who have experienced and witnessed harms here right in San Diego. And I applaud her for standing up, and I applaud Dr. Shirley Weber for bringing this reparations bill forward. And I'm asking each one of you, who I dearly respect, to stand in support of this resolution in order to address the harms that we have witnessed here right in San Diego. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Askari Abdul Muntakum. So reparations, as you are well aware, is the repairing of historical wrongs. And I've heard arguments from different people about why that shouldn't happen. One of the arguments is that that modernity has no responsibility for what happened historically. No one here today is responsible for perpetuating the harms that were visited upon African people in this nation in times past. The truth of the matter is that these wrongs are continue to be perpetuated. We just had a whole hearing this morning talking about things where we're talking about how historically the communities of color are harmed by particular practices, law enforcement practices, legal practices, legislative acts. So when we are asking for people to repair harm, we are saying that the harm that is happening now needs to be repaired in addition to those historical harms. And another argument is that, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. So I'm going to end it there, but I had a second, but honestly, I lost my train of thought. So thank you very much.
I'd like to call the remaining speakers in favor. Layla Aziz, Jamela Johnson. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Thank you, Monica Montgomery Stepp. Thank you for doing what a lot of people don't feel that Black people deserve in this country. There was a Declaration of Independence signed, And when this country was established and got rid of British colonialism, they had a choice right then and there to abolish chattel slavery.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Layla Aziz, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Instead, this country decided to build the fabric, the design, the flag of this country based on the backs of Black people in Native American genocide. After that, when that apology could have come, instead, Black people were terrorized, and every court system upheld that terror, including Plessy versus Ferguson, and the lies of separate but equal. When my people touched a swimming pool, the whole pool had to be drained. My mother, born in Richmond, Virginia, had to use Black-only water fountains. There were no police or courts that would protect us. At that time, this country could have made amends, and they didn't. And later, economically, to build prison after prison and law after law that are only targeted in Black and brown communities, those who are indigenous to this land, and chattel slavery still reign supreme. But still, I rise. Stand with us and understand this is not about an individual blame.
Thank you. Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition. Michael Brando, Mark, and Pam. Those are the first three speakers.
My name is Jamila Johnson. I am a third-generation San Diegan and a longtime resident of District 4. Thank you, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, for championing this resolution. I had the distinct privilege of attending the State of Black California Conference this past June that was held at Crawford High School by the California Legislative Black Caucus. The data and narratives that were shared by experts in their respective fields displayed the gravity of the deficit that Black Americans are in and will face in the near future because of discriminatory and racist policies that have plagued our communities for generations. From Black codes to redlining, these wrongs continue to have a negative impact on Black Californians specifically. I urge this board to vote in favor of this resolution because it's not only the right thing to do, it is a step towards California and the counties that reside in it to acknowledge and hold itself accountable to these injustices and begin to move forward in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, there's so much to say in 120 seconds. I can't do it all, but I'm all about education. And this, you know, it's tricky talking about this because we're talking about real people's suffering. Real people's suffering, and it's, you know, it is unspeakable. But looking at the bigger picture of slavery, and I'm not talking about specific Black slavery, I'm talking about slavery in general. It's unfortunate that if we could see a bigger picture with all of this, Consuelo has said we're all enslaved, and that's not just a euphemism, but I don't want to identify as being enslaved. But the system itself is that way, you know. And people are striving to find solutions for the trauma and the hurt in the past, and I get that. I totally get that. All I can do is recommend something, because I can't talk about this in 120 seconds about this thing. There's a book called The Greatest Superstition by Larkin Rose, And the good news is there's a movie based on this. I've mentioned this before, called The Jones Plantation. The Jones Plantation. And it gets into how through commerce, universal commercial code, through maritime law, Claudia Silva, we are all being persuaded to be enslaved. And believe it or not, there's a wonderful black actor named Maurice Johnson. He plays the lead role in this movie, Maurice Johnson. And this movie, The Jones Plantation, is on Amazon Prime right now, Amazon Prime, and it's playing for free. It puts a broader context into the idea of slavery. Please, if you're interested, check it out. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Pam, it's too bad you have pink and green slips. We need a neutral color to be neutral. I'm speaking more on the topic itself as opposed to anything in specific. As the plan for implementation of reparations is unsettled with 13 to 14 bills flowing through the state legislature, this resolution isn't really valuable yet because you don't know what you're in favor or against. Maybe people won't be happy with what is determined to be the funding and provisions, recipients, distributions. A lot of that has not been absolutely settled. And it seems cruel to maybe just keep saying reparations, you're going to get reparations without all the details being presented to those who will be the recipients. And pending the final plan, attention should be paid to what happened today in the Democrat lawmakers in Sacramento. They voted on AB 1840 promising to provide $150,000 to illegal immigrants as down payments for housing. Anybody here getting that? This was under the term of equity, but this isn't really equity. This is a slap in the face to all American citizens and legal residents in this state. The $150,000 is in addition to the free money. It is. I'm ending. It's kind of like a circle. $150,000 is in addition to the free money, housing, education, food, clothing, travel, as well as employment they already get. The state of California has a deficit of $60 million. How will any and all promises be fulfilled? Reconsider this resolution when there's a concrete plan that everyone will have knowledge of what exactly is detailed.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the final speaker in opposition, allegedly Audra, and then also recall Khalid Alexander and Cheryl Kansen. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Mark, see this YouTube title called The Privilege They Erased from History. Start at 13 minutes. Anthony Johnson, a black tobacco farm owner, was the first to own a black slave for life. Only 7.4% of white people owned slaves. Half to two-thirds of all white colonists were forced indentured servants, and most died before their servitude ended. See White Slavery Traffic Act. 12,000 black slaves were owned by freed black people. All slavery and racism is evil. All impoverished people of every ethnicity should be helped, but not because of their race or religion. Proposed amendments to the California Constitution to allow the state to fund programs based on color, ethnicity, or marginalized genders is totally racist and evil and goes against our U.S. Constitution, which violates your oath of office, Nora, Monica, and Tara, and would be immediately null and void. These things should be done for all impoverished people. Education should be for everyone who is poor and not based on color of their skin or area they reside in. Amending the California Constitution to prohibit involuntary servitude for incarcerated persons and restoring property taken during race-based uses of eminent domain to its original owners are good things, if proven in a court. Many black Americans are rich now, including you, Monica. Let's help every poor person. I have a little time left, so I want to point out some things. People need to see this video, especially all the people out there of color that are ticked off. See this video title on YouTube from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 25 minutes to see how everyone's being totally enslaved. See this video, and there's a graph from it I have here that I printed out. This shows the what the distribution of wealth is, what people think it is, and what they think it should be. We almost don't show on the graph. This white line is where it should be. Total slavery.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra, so it's sad because we all are one race, but yet we continue to perpetuate the issues that we try and fight against by, going against the people that had nothing to do with the racism that took place. I mean, none of us were here in the 1800s. None of us. Yet we're punishing people for being a different race and saying that you have to pay for what I've suffered against. I wasn't engaged in that. And all the people that are going to pay for it weren't. And it's funny because so many people support Kamala. Her family was engaged in slavery. There were black slave owners. And it's interesting because the reparations are going to be paid for by the tax dollars of all of us. So how is that actually going? I mean, you're paying for your own reparations at that point. And, slavery continues today. It continues across all races. And it's like, I don't know how money actually makes up for that. What does money do for that? Money is the root of all evil. And so in that, how is that going to make up for things that none of you have actually suffered against during that time? And the people that you want to pay for it aren't the ones that actually did it. So how is that not racist, saying that you have to pay for this even though you didn't engage in it? It's sad because the more we do stuff like that, the more division comes. We shouldn't be riding off the coattails of other people's suffering because it does still continue today, as I said. And that's what's so sad, is that the powers that be want us to be divided, and this is exactly how you do it and perpetuate it. We should be stopping it and not looking at this color or that color and saying that this color deserves more than that one.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Canson. And it's really sad that we're here. It's really sad that we have to argue, kind of beg to be compensated.
Ma'am, give me 1 second. I apologize. I don't want to be rude to you. I'm just going to ask one more time. If you have a conversation to be had, it could be had outside. Go ahead, ma'am.
It's really sad to me that we're here and that we have to argue, vote on, fight for, for the harm to be repaired that we all know that happened. Slavery is ingrained in our DNA. It's nothing that we asked for. We were brought over here against our will on a slave ship, and we suffer. We still suffer today. And it's sad to me that we have to be at this point to where people don't understand or people don't agree that it's senseless. We suffered harm, torture, and I have 2 sons still suffering via incarceration. Slavery by incarceration, still suffering, still being tortured, still having to endure trauma, targeted for their mental illness and for their race. It's just really, really saddens me. And I'm here to speak up for my sons. They did nothing to deserve this, but be black and mentally ill. And them dealing with that just constantly reminds me of what my grandparents or forefathers have gone through and have endured. And it's no-brainer to me that we need to be repaired. We're so oppressed and downtrodden and just captured. Our humanity is not looked at as it should be. You're just as human as everyone else.
Thank you.
Reparations.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Khalid Alexander. I'm in District 4. I just want to make sure everybody, I got green paper. I just came up late. Wasn't with the red paper folks. You know, a lot of people don't read nowadays, and so, you know, I highly encourage people both to read history, but more importantly, to read the report that the task force actually came up with, because I think there's a lot of very important work that went into it and a lot of very important information. And so before people speak for or against it, I think it's important to understand what's there, first of all, and understand that the wealth, the United States today would not be one of the wealthiest countries in the world if it were not for the free labor of black people who are kidnapped, enslaved, and forced to work here. So the wealth that we all benefit from, some more than others, is based off of the back of our forefathers, of our ancestors who were forced to come here and build that wealth. So it's not taking away from people that didn't do anything, it's taking away from the state, it's taking away from the nation that enforced slavery and made it a legal form of oppression that was at one time considered just as legal as gang documentation and other things. The last thing I'd ask you to do is look at our education systems. You can't look at the education system and see that the way that it's failing black people in this country and not recognize racism. You can't look at the way that the healthcare system is failing people in this country and not see racism. You can't statistics and come away without and not come away with one of two things. One, either black people deserve it, and you should at least be honest about that, or two, we are dealing with systemic racism that needs systemic ways of addressing it. Many of those ways are laid out in the California Legislative Black Caucus's reparation package that'll be addressed this, and many more are in the larger packet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. And I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Raphael Plunkett. I live in Diamond Bar. I'm a volunteer with CJEC and LEAP. And I wanted to stress to the residents of District 4 how fortunate you are to have Supervisor Montgomery Stepp advocating for you. I attended all of the California Reparations Task Force hearings, and I witnessed her steadfast, knowledgeable, professional, sincere, and earnest commitment as a member of the California Reparations Task Force, which created the report and recommendations to advance the just issue of California reparations for descendants of those enslaved in the U.S. chattel slavery system. I offer my enthusiastic support of her resolution to support the California Legislative Black Caucus's 2024 reparations legislative package. We need to recognize this unique community and remedy the unique and egregious harms done specifically to descendants. Many of those harms languish today. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp urged you to read the report. You can read the report. And if you can't read the report, you can listen to volunteers who have read the report for you by going to CJEC-official.org. That's CJEC-official.org. I'd ask that you make an earnest effort to put the report in libraries, on college campuses, in high schools, in senior centers. We need the education. And if we're recommending books, I'd also recommend Dr. Darity's book, From Here to Equality. I thank you all for your attention, and thank you, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you. Now I hear from the next caller.
Paula Bold. This does not make sense for this county or state with its large and diverse populations of formerly or still oppressed people. You should work on enforcing existing non-discrimination laws and not doing provocative things like putting crime recording cameras just in certain neighborhoods known for their high concentrations of blacks or Hispanics. The reparations bill threatens to redistribute our wealth, but why not to Native Americans, Japanese, Chinese, Latinos, Mexicans, Filipinos, Vietnamese, and all others who have been historically discriminated against. On and on, probably the whole alphabet. Inflaming tensions between neighbors seems to be the name of the game here these days, by the way. With the state's budget problems and inability to account for major chunks of spending, we're talking 24 mil at least, I'm shocked that you would support redistributing our taxpayer dollars in this way. Are we going to spend more money on just one race? Is this not discrimination as bad as stuff it's supposed to correct? The agenda also says government institutions at all levels continue to enforce segregation and discriminatory practice. Well, if the government is like that, maybe we should just abolish it. The agenda does not say anything about what we taxpayers are personally doing to deserve it. I'm really offended by this. I would like an answer now. Monica, why just African Americans?
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Tiffany Quarles, and I'm a reparations advocate with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, who worked in collaboration with Dr. Shirley Weber on crafting AB 3121, the bill that established California's reparations task force for descendants of U.S. slavery. I urge you to vote in support of Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp's resolution endorsing the CLBC reparations proposals. California has a unique opportunity to lead our nation in the right direction, standing firm against the reactionary forces seeking to move us backwards. Let's continue the work of justice and equity, ensuring our state remains a beacon of progress for the rest of the country. Thank you so much, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, Gambler here. How you guys doing? So, we're giving $150,000 to illegal immigrants. We're going to give a bunch of shit to people who may not have been ever enslaved in their genius. Whatever. It's all cool. Yeah, we're on phones and we go ahead and buy shit from slaves all the time. Like, we go ahead and promote those businesses. But at the same time, we're crying about something that happened 150 years ago. Basically, prisoners of rival tribes sold their prisoners to the slave traders that brought them over here and sold them to us. So maybe they would have been alive if they stayed there. Then again, most likely, they probably would have been dead. So there was bad things that did happen. It possibly saved many people's lives in the process. You guys all happen to forget about that shit. But no, we want to go ahead and just try to buy votes. I think that's really what this all is about, is just buying votes. Whether or not they actually apply it is besides the point. It just makes people feel like they actually are trying to do something. It's a bunch of bullshit. They know it. I know it. That's why they don't really want to hear from me at all. So please, I can't wait until this election happens when it gets all exposed. Good luck with your guys' decisions. You're going to have to answer to them. Why you wasted our money for other countries' benefit. Why you're destroying it.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Patrice, and I agree with Tiffany and Raphael in support of Agenda Item 21. Repair is needed, and it seems like several callers have personal issues with this repair that is old and overdue. And that's my comment for today.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
And good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. I called in, first of all, to thank those who put together the resolution and the report. Doing this sort of work I know is difficult. I also recognize that I'm not black. I am, however, an older woman and certainly know what discrimination looks like, although I wouldn't call it slavery. However, I did have a firsthand look at the adjudication and incarceration system and who it is that is more likely to be judged and put into prison. My loved one was one of those, and as I went through the experience with him, I discovered a lot of things as I looked at who it was that was going through the adjudication and eventually the imprisonment. It did not seem to be subject to race that I could see. Now, perhaps my eyes weren't open wide enough, but I did visit him for 5 years in prison, so I saw who was there, and I certainly went through the adjudication process. And the one thing that I did notice is that it was an economic discrimination issue. Those who had money, which he did not, are harmed by the system, where those who did have money seem to succeed and were able to win their way through the system and have a less harsh outcome. And it didn't seem to matter what ethnic group. If you had money, you were just ahead of the game. Why this matters to me is we all try to understand how it is that we can assist each other. And I think we need to understand what the role of economics is in helping people establish a safe livelihood and a home and family for themselves. And I'm not sure that this is the pathway that our state should be.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's truth calling a spade a spade. Monica had her old friends in the city of San Diego pass this junk a month or two ago because she knew she couldn't get it passed here without Nora's presence. Monica, your groundwork felt like city-county collusion. It also felt like non-local collusion when you reference 100 years too late reparations task force representative based in Los Angeles, where none of us live and none of us want to be like. Your faulty groundwork also consisted of a foreign organization, the United Nations. I've got an answer for Henry's point and question, too. One, it took millions in campaign financing to get Monica, that black woman you referred to, in office. A lot of money regular people like myself don't have your racist socialist cash payout. And two, everything these supervisors do behind the dais increases racism and division. And this item is a prime example of that. Reparations for black Americans over reparations for American Indians, that makes a ton of sense in a world of psychosis. Most of you in that chamber, if not all of you, if you really believe in reparations, then get off my people's land now. None of you would have anything you have without my people. You don't believe what you say. Put your money where your mouth is. And reparations in a non-slave state, about 200 years or so after the fact, make sense of the creators of this nonsense came from the United Nations, a socialist organization. Taking cues from socialism, which is a system that is the epitome of oppression that Vietnamese and others came here to escape. This board letter reeks of oppression. It refers to black Americans as a group of weak people stuck in the past. Tell that to the black American with two businesses at Fashion Valley. Do the pro-Prop 47 criminals believe in robbing him when he's made it? So instead of this political theater, I'd rather see real modern discrimination ended against the city of Imperial Beach. I demand reparations for damages and systemic oppression against IB by taking a portion of the Otay Mesa East Toll and dedicating it to sewer infrastructure and Tijuana River diversion projects. Divert it the way this garbage needs to be diverted.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Greetings. My name is Jerry Brent Moss Sr. I thank the San Diego Board of Supervisor and particularly Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp a member of the historic California Reparations Task Force. I am in favor of the resolution. Tomorrow, the full California Senate will be voting on 3 bills from the 2024 California Legislative Black Caucus, SB 490, 1331, and 1050. Assembly member Dr. Akila Weber has recently been voted chairperson of the caucus. We need your help to educate the public. SB 490, California American Freedmen's Affairs Agency, is where reparations claims will be filed. Wendell Stanley, the CEO of Black IPO, had a subcontractor with construction management on the new Southeast Lidwell Center. I was one of the field engineers of the project. Could the community have large meetings at the center? The building has a large conference room, 300-car parking garage. We need to educate the public on the process of submitting their claim. I'm also a member of the San Diego African American Research Group, who will be willing to help citizens of San Diego with their research utilizing DNA. In closing, DNA is one of the wonders of the world. It's the most important tool we use to reconstruct our family because America's original sin of chattel slavery. Peace, I yield.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I do want to make sure that I'm clear that I do understand what I am voting in favor of today, and that is to do my part in righting the wrongs of the past and building a more equitable society. And so I want to thank Supervisor Montgomery Stepp for her leadership in making this vision a reality for our communities. The 2024 reparations legislative package is a crucial step in addressing the historic injustices faced by Black Californians. Reparations are about justice, about righting the wrongs of the past and building a more equitable future. And supporting this bill and this resolution is about more than just acknowledging the past. It really is about creating stronger, healthier communities where California has the opportunity to thrive. It really does seek to repair the lasting damage of slavery and systemic racism, and it is important to note that the bills have been supported across party line by bipartisan support, because that's who we should be and that's who we are as Californians. Reparations are essential to dismantling systemic racism, and I stand with the California Legislative Black Caucus in this transformative effort. And again, thank you, Supervisor, for bringing, for all the work that you did in the committee and then for bringing this forward. So I'm happy to second this motion. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, for all your work and all of your leadership on so many issues, and especially I know how hard you've worked on this, not just at the City Council, but also with the California Reparations Task Force. And I think it's important that we vote to support this today. You know, our country is founded on a set of promises and a set of values around freedom and opportunity and democracy and justice for all. But from the moment that this country was founded, it was an aspirational set of promises. Men could vote, white men, women couldn't vote. And in the US Constitution, it's not only that we had slaves, slaves were utilized to increase the voting power of slave states by counting slaves as 3/5 of a person, so that white shareholders, sharecroppers, and white slave owners would have more votes because of the fact that they held slaves in their territories. And the wealth of this country was built in large part on the exploitation of the labor of people who had no control over their own well-being, who were exploited every single day. And it was the profits from that exploitation, from slavery, that built up the great wealth of the South, and that then fueled much of the investments in the industrial North as the U.S. moved towards industrialization. So it's not only that the slave-holding states benefited enormously from slavery, all of America, all the states of the Union benefited from slavery. And That disparity has never been addressed, has never been reckoned with, has never been dealt with. I believe deeply in the promise of this country, the promise of democracy, the promise of equality, the promise of freedom. That's why I do the job I do, because that's what we are as a country, is a country that strives to be better, to move forward, to be better than our past. But if we want to have any hope of being what we aspire to be, we have to acknowledge the wrongs of the past. We need to stare them in the face and acknowledge them and reckon with them. And, you know, I don't at all think that this package is going to right the wrongs of the past. I do believe that it goes a good step forward towards acknowledging the racism. She was kicked out, right? Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Vice Chair. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think that this does take us a step forward in the right direction, and I will be happy to support it today.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. And thank you, Monica, for bringing this, or Supervisor Montgomery Step, for bringing this forward to address racism. I did, my staff did, read all of the 14 bills that you put forward, and there was 3 of them out of that I have some personal issues with. One of them is ACA Assembly Constitutional Amendment 7, which seeks to circumvent Prop 209 from 1996, which basically banned affirmative action. And I know there's a woman out here that benefited from affirmative action, but yeah, I think the end goal is equality for all, and giving one person treatment over another based on the color of the skin, I think, is still racism, and any form of it is bad. In 2020, Prop 16 sought to make affirmative action legal again, but it failed by 57% of the voters in California. And it's not that Californians are all racist. I just think affirmative action, just anyone getting special treatment based on their skin color is not what the end game. The end game is equality for all. So ACA 7 actually, in my opinion, and what my staff has told me, is it supports affirmative action, or circumvents to try to get affirmative action back in. SB 50 is, I'm not sure which ones have been voted on by the House or not, but the SB 50 encourages monetary compensation for reparations. And so I don't think there's any number that's going to solve or stop reparations or cure the ills of the past. I mean, slavery was a big screw up, and we should have never had it. But we got to learn from the past and move forward. So I don't think there's any monetary amount that's going to solve or cure or make that go away. We got to learn from it and move on. AB 262 actually has boards prioritize merits based on skin color. So if we really want to promote our disadvantaged communities, just like in the previous item we had, we should be focusing on education, job training, community programs to uplift our disadvantaged communities and socioeconomic communities that just don't have as much as others, but rather we need, instead of bringing each other down with racism. As a government, we can't guarantee any outcomes, but we can work to level the playing field for opportunities. And I think that's where we really should be putting our efforts. So rather than reparations, I believe to truly address historic inequalities, we should focus on the long-term positive impacts to create generational success. For example, school choice. I think everybody should have the opportunity for school choice to put your children in schools that are better performing, not just into the poor schools in neighborhoods that aren't performing well. You should have that choice where to put your kids in school. California should invest in the future by empowering all students regardless of their background. So I support many of the bills in this package, 11 out of the 14, but I want to register support for the going forward, but I do want to recognize or have acknowledge my opposition to ACA 7, SB 1050, and AB 2862. I think overall, the majority of the bills are all very good and will help, get us beyond racism and working together as the human race as opposed to different races. So with that, thank you very much.
Supervisor Anderson?
I too would like to thank my colleague for bringing this forward. I've never lived in a state that had slavery. I was born in Detroit, always lived in the north, and then I moved here to San Diego. And the issue I have, most of these bills are things I would write myself because they lift people in the community and give them broader opportunities to improve themselves. And when you're traveling down the 15 freeway by Miramar, and you look to the right and you see that sign that says Tuskegee Airmen Highway, I wrote that. I wrote that because there were 3 Tuskegee Airmen that lived in my district, and I wanted to honor them while they were alive. And I wanted every young person who's on their phone to look up and maybe Google it and learn something about our country. And I knew a lot about the Tuskegee Airmen, but I had never spoken to one before. And when we did the press conference, it was all day long. And we had a lot of Tuskegee Airmen come down from LA and from all over the United States. And we were the only second state to recognize them. And during a lull in the press conference, I had to ask him. I said, you were 20 years before Martin Luther King gave his speech on the stairs of the Lincoln Memorial. You were living under Jim Crow laws. You were being called horrific names. And yet you fought for this nation. Why? And they said, we understood what this nation could become, and we wanted to give it a chance. The issues in here that I can't support are issues where I'd have to agree that I had something to do with slavery and I'm somehow responsible. I want to help people, but I can't support that. And so if you would be willing to bifurcate a couple of them out, I'd gladly vote for this. But for me to turn around and not look to the future and focus solely on the past, if we wanted to go through our history, there isn't anybody in the United States that somebody in their history wasn't discriminated against. Now, mind you, they weren't slaves. But when you look at what California did to our native people, that it wasn't until like the 40s that it wasn't a shoot on sight in our Constitution. It was eradication in our Constitution. So I think that if we keep looking to the past, we'll never get to the future. And I want to focus on how we can improve things moving forward. And I get for many people that's not enough. They want me to apologize for something I had nothing to do with. But if you'd be willing to do that, I would gladly support it. And I'm happy to give you the few bills that I can't support today.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Chair. Okay, thank you for your comments, Supervisor. I'm going to keep this the way that it is. It's a package that's being put forward. Some of the bills are not moving forward in this session, a couple that have been referenced here, but for me, these bills reflect the report that was done, and it is not about individuals per se, but it is about this system that has been built on the back of slavery, and all of us either have benefited or
been hurt by that. And it's not calling any individual person a racist or that they supported slavery, but this country has been built on it, and it's woven within our systems. And to kind of separate and bifurcate that, it wouldn't do the justice that the purpose of this resolution. So I do appreciate your comments. I'm going to keep this as it is, and I'm also just going to briefly say that within ACA 7, I don't believe that that's moving forward. It may be going to the floor, but I'm a direct, I am, as a young person, I grew up when Prop 209 was taken off the books and experienced personally what that did to my father. And that was in 1996, I believe. That was not that long ago. And it completely obliterated his business as one of the best performing and highest performing construction companies in San Diego. So I experienced that a couple of decades ago. I understand, my understanding of it is what I lived through is that, that was a part of this system that we are in, and reverse discrimination was used, but as a matter of fact, it took billions of dollars away from the wealth of communities of package as it is.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Anderson voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, the next item for discussion is item 13, entitled Receive Reports Detailing a Comprehensive Evaluation of the County's Base Station Hospitals and Trauma Center Catchment Area Designations, and authorize staff to coordinate with local stakeholders to jointly develop and pilot changes from the reports. We'll turn it to staff for a presentation.
Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, today we are asking the board to receive two reports. The first is a comprehensive evaluation of the Base Station Hospital System report. The second is a comprehensive evaluation.
Andrew, give me 1 second, just so I can ask everyone. I'm going to ask you all, if you have any conversations to be had, please have them outside of the chambers. We have a presentation. Go ahead, sir.
I'll start over. The Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, today we're asking the board to receive two reports. The first is the comprehensive evaluation of the Base Station Hospital System report, and the second is the comprehensive evaluation of the Trauma Center Catchment Area Designations report. Both reports were completed after significant engagement with the emergency medical services community. The recommendations included in the report focus on patient access to timely and appropriate health services that enhance the overall EMS system for our region. This item also seeks the board's direction to move forward with a stakeholder-driven implementation process. And joining me today is Jeff Collins, Director of County Fire, and Andy Parr, County EMS Administrator. I'll now turn the presentation over to Andy Parr.
Thank you, Andrew. The San Diego County Emergency Medical Services Office, a division of San Diego County Fire, is the Board of Supervisors designated Local Emergency Medical Services Agency, or LEMSA. This office is responsible for ongoing oversight of the region's EMS system, including designation of base station hospitals, trauma center hospitals, and trauma catchment area boundaries. The LEMSA medical director has the statutory authority over medical protocols to pre-hospital providers, quality improvement programs, and other critical oversight functions. Consistent with the role of the LEMSA and the medical director, the board directed the chief administrative officer to complete a comprehensive evaluation of the base station hospital system and trauma center catchment area designations. Since its inception in 1978, the base station hospital has never been evaluated, and the trauma center catchment area designation was last updated 20 years ago. A consultant, public consulting group, was retained to carry out the evaluations. Out of the 22 licensed emergency department hospitals in the region, 7 are designated as base station hospitals. Under the direction of a physician, mobile intensive care nurses at each base station provide real-time medical direction to paramedics operating in the field and assist in determining the appropriate destination for each patient. Paramedics currently radio the base station for the vast majority of patient transports, even if medical direction is not needed. Patients with severe traumatic injuries are sent to the appropriate trauma center hospital. In San Diego, there are 6 trauma center hospitals that provide specialized medical services and resources to patients suffering from severe traumatic injuries. Paramedics working through the established evidence-based criteria and with the base station hospital consultation identify those patients that will most benefit from trauma center care. Each adult trauma center hospital has geographic areas designated as trauma catchment areas that determine which hospital will receive a trauma patient. These catchment areas help paramedics make rapid transportation decisions and assure that an even distribution of trauma patients to an adult trauma center. The catchment area boundaries are determined by population numbers and growth, drive time, response time, and other factors. Rady Children's Hospital is the county's designated pediatric trauma center and receives severely injured patients under the age of 14 from the entire county. At the start of this project, the public consultant group sought various methods to engage meaningfully with both EMS system participants and members of the public in order to receive quality input. The stakeholders included personnel from fire department and the ambulance service providers, hospital personnel consisting of medical staff members, nurses, physicians, and hospital administrators, county EMS staff members, and others with past or present ties to the county EMS system. Through multiple listening sessions, interviews, and surveys, there were extensive opportunities to provide input. The consultant utilized the stakeholder feedback to identify strengths, challenges, threats, and opportunities, which provided the foundation for the recommendations. I'll now turn the presentation over to Jeff Collins.
Thank you, Andy. Both reports highlight key findings in each system. For the base hospital system, the report noted burdensome radio reports, the lack of coordination and level loading with ambulances, fragmented data collection, and inconsistencies with quality assurance and quality improvement plans. In the trauma catchment area report, there were positive findings related to most of the boundaries, the level of cooperation, and the sufficient balance of patients, but also noted the concern with the county ambulance providers and the impact of severely injured patients coming from the bordered area. Consultant's base station report provides insight into current practices along with suggested recommendations intended to improve elements of EMS patient care. That include standardizing the quality assurance and quality improvement plans, using upgraded technology to improve communication, ambulance traffic, and situational awareness, developing a core group of emergency medical physicians to provide medical direction to paramedics, having all hospitals designate an EMS liaison for communication and coordination with both the county EMS office and EMS agencies, having a single command and control center with the ability to review real-time hospital status, which will help distribute patients to hospitals evenly and assist with patient level loading. Requiring EMS agencies to provide the necessary patient care data to meet the county EMS office's state compliance requirements, and limiting radio reports to incidents that require medical direction or orders from a physician. The Trauma Center report makes recommendations intended to improve the trauma system, which include greater collaboration among the leadership of the 6 trauma center hospitals to address the trauma cases occurring at the U.S.-Mexico border in order to minimize strain on any single trauma center hospital. Use of app-based tools to improve communication between paramedic crews in the field and receiving trauma center hospital teams. Improve overall trauma registry data by capturing air ambulance transportation data, and enhance the capture of trauma case locations by using the latitude and longitude format, thereby more accurately collecting trauma data within specific catchment boundaries. Any potential changes made to the EMS system based on the recommendations will be done in a transparent manner with input from stakeholders. The county EMS office will establish a stakeholder-driven process that fosters a culture of collaboration, transparency, and communication to develop pilot changes to the EMS system. The LEMSA medical director has the statutory authority to implement many of these changes that come out of the stakeholder process. However, staff will also return to the board with any proposals that require additional board action. I'll now turn the presentation back over to Andrew Strong.
And thank you, Jeff. Today's recommendations include receiving the two reports, the comprehensive evaluation of the base station hospital system and the trauma center catchment area designation reports, and directing the CAO through the county fire and the EMS office to coordinate a stakeholder process to develop and pilot changes to the EMS delivery system and report back to the board with an update within the next 12 months. Chairwoman Vargas, this concludes our presentation. We're here for questions.
I'm going to go ahead. Discussion on the item.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 10 to speak by phone. For any individual, dial in to the conference line. We'll begin with as your name is called, please come forward and I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Laura Haynes, Mike Sims, and Amber Tervoot. If I've called your name, please come forward. Your name for the audio record.
Trauma surgeon at UC San Diego Health. UC San Diego Health commends the Board of Supervisors' efforts to modernize the pre-hospital and base station hospital system and to enhance stakeholders' collaboration and processes related to the trauma catchment area designations. The mission of UC San Diego's Trauma Center and the San Diego County Trauma System is to ensure that we always are ready to care for those with life-threatening injuries in our community. The system works together to ensure appropriate capacity to ensure severely injured patients are able to get to the appropriate trauma center in as little time as possible. We are currently experiencing an unprecedented public health crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border due to falls from the border wall. The number of patients with significant injuries requiring care at a trauma center have been on a rise over the last 5 years. At our trauma center, we have seen an increase from just 49 patients in 2019 to 455 in 2023. To date, in 2024, we have already seen 500 patients, and that is putting us on track to nearly double our volume from the previous year. This single source of injury is now representing 25% of our trauma admissions at our center. Though UC San Diego has successfully shouldered this large number of complex trauma patients from the border, this has strained our capacity and ability to care for other severely injured patients in the rest of our catchment area. We appreciate the recognition of this challenging issue within the consultant's report and will continue to work within the San Diego County Trauma System and with the leaders from the other health systems across the county to optimize border triage protocols and ensure optimal care for all patients in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Let me go ahead and give Audra a warning for clapping. That's your first warning.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and Board. My name is Mike Sims. I'm the Fire Chief for the Bonita Sunnyside Fire Protection District, and I'm here today on behalf of the San Diego County Fire Chiefs Association to offer a letter of support from the association in favor of the reports and their recommendation to move forward with a study and stakeholder engagement. And the County Fire Chief stands ready to engage in that process and help it along any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition. Michael Brando, allegedly Audra, and Mark. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Vargas and members of the County Board of Supervisors. I'm Amber Tervoot, here representing Scripps Health. Scripps provides highly specialized trauma care to more than 4,000 critically injured patients every year through 2 Level 1 trauma facilities at Scripps Mercy Hospital San Diego and Scripps Memorial Hospital La Jolla. Our expert trauma surgeons, specialty physicians, and multidisciplinary trauma teams are available 24 hours a day to care for every type of traumatic injury. As Level 1 trauma centers, we also have a commitment to research, to innovate, and to inform future advancements in trauma care, and to also train the next generation of surgeons. We also operate 2 base stations to provide real-time online medical direction and clinical support for pre-hospital providers. On behalf of Scripps, we support the recommendations that you're considering today to create a stakeholder process that evaluates opportunities to make improvements to the county trauma and base station system. I really want to thank Director Collins and Andy Parr for their leadership and engagement with our system. We also very much appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on the Public Consulting Group final report that you're receiving today. Continuous improvement is one of the pillars of San Diego's trauma system, and it's kept us a national model for more than 40 years. As noted in our comment letter from June, while we very much appreciate the interviews and community engagement that's been conducted by PCG, we must also take into consideration that those conversations, as you heard, were based on current state, and there had not been discussion or analysis on the consultant's findings or possible recommendations. What's most concerning for us is that these recommendations were not developed using patient-centered, data-driven methodologies. It's of particular concern for Scripps as we look at some of the recommendations that we oppose, like time-based shifts in the north. Those recommendations were not based on any detriment to patient outcomes and did not consider adverse consequences of fluctuations of those patients. I realize I'm out of time, but
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Or just return times today.
Well, didn't hear ya. Anywho, my person uses the name Audra. You don't have to have an attitude. It's cool. Yeah, it's just, I was clapping because finally someone's bringing forward information about what's actually happening on the border. It's actually causing, it's a part of the agenda. Don't try and stop me. The impacts of the system are from these people who are crossing, whether they're dropping from the wall and dying or sliding down or going like at Barrett Junction where there's ambulances, well, not so much anymore because they're switching where they're kind of invading, but 3 of them all the time, and a fire truck, which keeps the people in those communities from actually being able to have the emergency services that they need. And it's costing us money. And I don't know if you know this, but the NGOs, while these people are crossing, give them paperwork that actually says to call 911. And you know what? They do it at any time. It doesn't even mean that there has to be an emergency. They just might be stuck up on some hill somewhere and don't want to continue to walk. And it's that. I actually was like about to give a woman CPR as an ambulance showed up because she wasn't breathing, because they're being told to come here, that they're going to have everything given to them, and they're actually willing to sacrifice their children or their lives in order to do it because they've been sold a lie. And we have to pay for that. We're paying for the ambulances to come, for them to actually be facilitated to come here, and it actually endangers people's lives. That's what's so funny is that I don't understand. It's actually not funny, but I don't understand why you don't care that these people are like losing their lives to come here because they've been sold a lie. I've met people who have all the money in the world. They just want to go stay in a shelter in New York.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, I don't have a lot to say about this, but there's a couple of things. First of all, every agenda item, including this one, mentions shareholders. And everybody out there, you are not a shareholder, and they don't care what you think. Shareholders make money usually off of businesses, corporations. Every function this government does makes unbelievable amounts of money to help any little teeny thing. Secondly, Of course, there's some things here that are a good idea, like, for instance, having a unified communication system so that they don't send a whole bunch of people in one area to one hospital that's overloaded when other hospitals could be sharing the load. The very fact that they haven't figured that out yet, and what's this? Develop a core group of emergency medical physicians to provide medical direction to paramedics. Really? You're just now figuring that out? Wow. I mean, what have you been spending how many millions of dollars on? And what absolute retard is in charge of this program that didn't get this done a long time ago? So keep up the good work.
Final call from Michael Brando. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hey, Gambler here. How you doing? With the influx of, our population, not by citizens, but by illegal people crossing the border illegally, they need medical assistance. They don't have insurance. You need to go ahead and throw a lot of money into this. This benefits other countries. Does not benefit us at all. Why the hell do you guys keep on going along with policies that basically tear us apart, separating us, saying a bunch of bullshit? We need to give money to this. We need to go spend more money on this. We need to go ahead and help these people. We need to go ahead and do that. It is a bunch of BS. And the fact is, none of you guys really care. If you do care about slavery, you wouldn't be advocating for building our shit in other countries that use slave labor to manufacture our shit. You would be opposed to that. You would be appalled by that. But no, you benefit them by doing exactly what they want us to do. So I know you all are a bunch of full of shit, and I'm really, really praying on the results of the election coming out the way that I believe that they will. I'm glad that Virginia chose to fix the problem, and every other state did not. Virginia used to be blue. It's going to be interesting to find out what happens to it. Don't you agree? I do. So, at any given time, you guys could give me a call back, and I could go ahead and let you know where to find the voter fraud, and we could actually start solving some problems instead of just putting Band-Aids on problems you create.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey there, it's Truth. I'm so glad Andrew Strong gave this report without nervousness, like he did for the update on the abuse of forces on Artesian Road. Because I heard trauma catchment area. That sounds about right in regards to catching homeless people off the streets and into the county drug asylum. But why is there only one pediatric hospital used? Why does it have to be Rady's? Is there nobody else? Because their image severely disintegrated after their actions and inactions during 2020. In the same vein, I'm not surprised to see UCSD and Scripps in full approval offering up their DIS services, because that means more money, more millions for them. And I was going to mention that some of the significant population growth mentioned of trauma patients is attributed to the undocumented illegal migrants, and this report basically alluded to it. Trauma patients from the bordered area is so vague. Are those patients Americans, or are they from several different unknown countries? Are they trauma patients because they were trying to climb the border wall and got hurt? Or are they human trafficking victims? Or do they get heat exhaustion from waiting for an hour to cross the border by car legally? I could use some specifics on what was meant by bordered area. And the public consulting group that was chosen in 2022 is based in Boston. So how much of that cost for an out-of-state consultant? Could you not find a local one again? And real-time hospital status is good, but relying on pre-approved standing medical orders, leveraging technology, doesn't really sound good. It sounds like standardization of response rather than individualized responses. How does limiting radio reports help response times and abilities? So overall, I wasn't really satisfied with the description of his updated patient destination management system. And the increasing cost of ambulances and health insurance wasn't addressed, because if one can't afford to even become a patient, then how is any of this relevant? So I'm going to have to second what Mark Dorian said. Great job.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I want to thank our team for all of the work that they've done on this particular item. I know that there was a lot of conversation, engagement with not only hospitals, but the providers, et cetera. So appreciate that. I think it's important that we consistently look for ways to improve our healthcare system, including how we continuously make sure that our patients get the best care that they can receive. And someone mentioned today, patient-centered care is the most important component of the work that we do. And so it is extremely important that a stakeholder engagement process happens when we're looking at recommendations through a health equity lens. It's the only way we're going to get various perspectives. At the end of the day, patients and their care should always come first, and that should be the core of every recommendation that's brought forth in this plan. As someone who is a lifelong healthcare champion, I know firsthand that creating successful change has to be done through collaboration. One person and one system can't do it alone, and so that's why it's important. And I'm pleased to see that a lot of the changes in terms of reform and new programs have been reached through a collaboration approach with our stakeholders. And it's the only way we're going to be able to create some innovative solutions based on trust, transparency, and mutual goals, and of course, data. This is the key to ensuring that we continue to avoid, keep avoidable deaths in our county and have remarkable low levels that we have today as it relates to our patients. And so the County of San Diego is a unique region, and specifically as it relates to the landscape and proximity of the border. And a lot of the times, this creates unique challenges for our county that others don't have. And that's why I know that we're looking at health access from an equity lens, and all of the trauma hospitals are really looking at how we partner up and work together on this particular issue. And I want to make sure that stakeholder engagement happens at this level and in this process. And so with that, I want to ensure that we continue to explore all of our emergency transportation services that we have available for use, including helicopters, when evaluating the best way to move forward with our base station and trauma designations. I want to emphasize that all future recommendations should be fully data-driven and with clear understanding of the impacts those recommendations will have on patient care. And so that before any major changes are made to current base station systems or to trauma catchment designations, those recommendations should be brought forward to the board so we can have an open discussion and be able to have those recommendations as well. So with that, I look forward to seeing this work moving forward, and I'm happy to make a motion to approve this item. And Vice Chair Lawson.
Thank you so much. Of course, I know how much work this was and appreciate the work of the team. I know we've got some more to do, and I just wanted to uplift again the importance of the stakeholder feedback in figuring out next steps here. I think the folks that are in trauma centers and are doing the work are the ones who are best situated to really understand how this is going to be rolled out and what the impacts would be, and want to make sure that that's centered as we move forward. So thank you. And I can second.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. We'll now receive item number 14, the County of San Diego Housing Blueprint and Notice of Exemption. Give the team a minute to join us. All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our CAO.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. It's well reported that the San Diego region is facing a severe housing shortage, with rising housing costs making affordable housing unattainable for many. Under the board's leadership and through our dedicated workforce, the county has taken many steps to curb this crisis and to help our community. But the housing affordability crisis is a complex problem, made even more complicated by the difficult or different responsibilities the county has as it relates to housing and housing programs. For land use authority and zoning issues, the county is responsible for the unincorporated area. For administering rental assistance programs, our housing authority of the County of San Diego serves both the unincorporated area and 13 cities in the region. And at times, the county has a regional role, like through our Innovative Housing Trust Fund, which has provided funding for housing developments throughout the San Diego region. Recognizing this complexity and the wide breadth of housing activities that were already underway across the organization, in September of 2022, while deliberating on a new housing initiative, the board expressed interest in holding a workshop to discuss how each of the board's initiatives related to housing align with one another. Members of the board expressed interest in outlining how many of the initiatives and developing a comprehensive listing of the board's priorities and goals to help bring us into the future. So in response to this request, staff worked to develop an option on how to connect these initiatives and the board's priorities in a coordinated and focused strategy that would maximize available resources and define our housing goals. This was presented as the draft housing blueprint in December of 2022 at the Let's Talk Housing workshop. And since then, and based on the board's direction at that workshop, staff have worked on a variety of activities to refining the draft housing blueprint. This includes receiving community feedback, ensuring the efficiency and effectiveness of county investments in housing, exploring different ways to address the housing crisis, and procuring a consultant to assist the county in enhancing the blueprint. Today, after a year of collaboration with county staff, we are pleased to be joined by Jennifer Lasar, President and founding CEO, and Christina Munn, Chief Strategy Officer of Lasar Development Consultants, to present you with the county's final housing blueprint. Before we get started with today's presentation from our team, I'd like to first turn this over to Anita Walya, who has been serving in the role of project manager for the county, to provide additional background on the steps the county team took to get us to where we are today. Anita?
Thank you, Ebony. And good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. After the Let's Talk Housing workshop, county staff, led by the County Communications Office, worked diligently to engage community members and stakeholders around the draft housing blueprint to gather feedback on the goals and objectives. From February to May 2023, during the first phase of community engagement, the county utilized a multi-pronged strategy to reach a wide cross-section of community members. Activities included surveys, which over 380 individuals responded to, numerous stakeholder presentations, a virtual community meeting, and a web page was created on the county's online engagement platform, Engage San Diego. This web page was regularly updated throughout the project and allowed for community members to submit questions on an ongoing basis. The findings from these efforts were published on the Engage San Diego webpage and shared with the consultant team to incorporate in their recommendations. In August of 2023, Lasar Development Consultants was selected as the consultant for this project, and 1 year later, we're returning back to the board to present the final County of San Diego housing blueprint. This blueprint is the result of significant work and collaboration between the Lasar team, county staff, stakeholders, and the public. But our work is not done. Upon approval by the board, county staff will analyze the proposed actions in the housing blueprint to assess resource needs, as well as opportunities to leverage existing activities. We will also work with your offices to gather priorities and will report back with an action plan for implementation. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Jennifer Lassar and her team to present the County of San Diego Housing Blueprint. Jennifer?
Thank you, Anita. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm Jennifer Lassar, founder and CEO of the Lassar portfolio of firms, and I'm pleased to be here today with members of San Diego's Housing Blueprint. Leadership and your direction to develop a comprehensive housing needs for affordable homes. County, and with considerable input from stakeholders and working with county staff, we wrote this deeper version of the Housing Blueprint that can guide your policymaking, budgeting, and annual work plan processes for the next several years. The plan was written to tackle aspects of the root causes and the impacts of San Diego's housing crisis, including historic underproduction of housing and the impacts of undersupply on housing prices and homelessness. The blueprint builds upon the housing work of the county staff and the board. Notably, the board has already taken numerous distinct actions towards solving San Diego's housing affordability crisis, including in December 2022, when the board made a catalytic new commitment to addressing the crisis through adopting a draft blueprint with the 5Ps framework as its goal. This more detailed blueprint presents 8 strategies, all of which are mapped to the 5Ps framework. The 5Ps stand for promote equity and inclusion, produce housing for all, preserve vulnerable housing stock, protect tenants and small landlords, and prevent displacement. The Housing Blueprint now has goals, strategies, and actions that can guide the county to make meaningful progress in meeting and exceeding the county's diverse housing needs. I want to take this opportunity to thank the county team for its efforts and collaboration throughout this year-long process. And I want to give particular thanks to Chief Administrative Officer Shelton and Interim CAO Agassi, their department staff, and your board offices for engaging and working closely with us this past year. We'll start today's presentation with the context and the background of the blueprint. We'll then review the community engagement process and its outcomes. And finally, we'll focus on the main content of the blueprint with its 8 strategies and corresponding actions. As shown on slide 4, thank you, the Housing Blueprint drew on a large consultant team with deep expertise in all facets of housing. The lead was the Lassar Development Consultants team, working with both local and statewide sub-consultants from multiple disciplines. Now on slide 5, I'll set the stage for what the blueprint is addressing, and I'll give some context on what the San Diego region is facing. We're experiencing a housing crisis that manifests itself in rising rents and home prices, deepening rent burdens, and a struggle to reduce the numbers of unhoused residents. The crisis has many root causes, chiefly due to years of production barriers and the resulting underproduction that has not kept up with our population growth. Progress on the county's regional housing needs allocation, also called RHNA, shows that the county is behind pace in creating homes affordable to very low and extremely low-income households. As shown on this slide, oops, go back please. As shown on this slide in the red box, lower left corner, the county has permitted just 10% of the extremely low-income, very low-income units that are the RHNA target. The impact of this is that these households are the most cost burdened, with 90% of them paying more than 30% of their income in rent. To give some sense of that magnitude, that's 135,000 households, or about 500,000 San Diego County residents that are over rent burdened. As seen on slide 6, thank you, the county addresses these challenges within its authorities. As shared by CAO Shelton in her opening remarks, the county plays several roles in addressing housing needs, including its land use and zoning authority for the unincorporated county, tenant protections and tenant assistance for the unincorporated county, and funding for affordable housing production and services across the region. The county's made important commitments to meeting the housing needs, including solving for its RHNA, investing more than $100 million for affordable housing production over the last 7 years and working to leverage your publicly owned sites and committing to produce more homes for people experiencing homelessness. Having now shared with you the context related to the county's needs, your roles, and the work to date, I'd like to pass it to Christina Moon, who will walk us through the blueprint process and strategies.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Christina Moon, the Chief Strategy Officer for LaSAR. Our process to develop the blueprint consisted of a wide range of inputs to inform the final version before you today. This included an assessment of the county's existing housing programs and policies, an organizational review with focus on the potential for a new Office of Housing Strategy, analysis of barriers and opportunities faced by the county, a working group on middle-income homeownership, rounded out with best practice case studies, and throughout the process, we continued deep community and stakeholder engagement to inform the development of the blueprint's final strategies. Community engagement for the blueprint was conducted in 2 phases. As Anita mentioned earlier, the county staff had already laid significant groundwork during phase 1, including establishing 5 guiding principles for community engagement that you see here, and that guided us through phase 2. In phase 2, we offered several distinct types of engagement to ensure we heard from a wide range of stakeholders from various geographies, populations, and interests across the county, with a particular emphasis on hearing from vulnerable communities. This included 17 focus groups to inform the assessment of what the county does on housing, 6 stakeholder groups to collect input on barriers and opportunities, as well as draft recommendations, and 4 meetings and a survey for the general public to widen outreach and to ensure the draft recommendations are responsive to community feedback. This engagement was foundational to developing the final blueprint, and you'll see this feedback woven throughout our recommendations. As mentioned earlier, the blueprint is a strategic document that is ambitious and scalable. We say scalable because the reality is that the county may not currently have the needed resources to achieve all these aims in the short term. Therefore, this plan's actions can be scaled to available funding, staffing, and other resources while the county works to bring on what's needed. As a policy document, the blueprint can guide the county's efforts to address the region's housing crisis. While existing efforts like the Transformative Housing Solutions Package and the housing element are important and impactful, the blueprint brings them all together into an intentional housing strategy, articulating the county's housing goals and establishing the steps that will move the needle on achieving them. To implement the blueprint, the county will work to prioritize these strategies and actions through its work plan and budget process. As Jennifer mentioned earlier, the blueprint sets as its goals the 5 Ps. Community input from phase 2 affirmed these 5 Ps and informed the guiding principles for the blueprint strategies. These guiding principles are that the county has an important and unique role in the region as both a locality responsible for the unincorporated area that also provides social services and funding for housing in partnership with the county cities, that more resources are needed, and that any public investment should come with long-term affordability. That community needs must be met with solutions grounded in equity, thus emphasizing the need to focus on the most vulnerable households. And in implementing the blueprint, the county should remain innovative and nimble, continually adapting as the housing landscape changes and evolves. Here you can see the blueprint's 8 strategies and which of the 5 Ps they touch on. I will review each in more detail, but first I want to take a moment to orient you. Strategies 1 through 3 are strategic, systems-level changes that cut across the 5 Ps. These changes are the most fundamental and crucial to the success of the blueprint. They are number 1, refine the county's organizational approach to housing, 2, create new funding sources, and 3, improve engagement, transparency, and access. Then strategies 4 through 8 are programmatic and policy actions that would build in potency. Each strategy is composed of several actions, 55 in total, which we've categorized into immediate term, medium term, and potential actions for further study. The timeframes identify important steps to pursue first, which then build up to medium term and later actions. And for each strategy, we've provided an order of magnitude estimate for staffing. In the interest of time today, I will highlight a few sample actions for each strategy in my points and on the slides, but please note that the full list with details and relevant best practice case studies can be found in the full blueprint. Starting with number one, strategy number one refines the county's organizational approach to housing. It's focused on having a strategic vision of housing across the county enterprise and to place that expertise in the CAO's office. We believe this new role will be critical to driving the implementation of the blueprint, serving as a strategic lead and quarterback for the county's important housing work. For example, this role could formalize internal department coordination on priority initiatives. Strategy 2 focuses on establishing new funding sources for housing initiatives. In San Diego County, there isn't a consistent long-term source of funding specifically dedicated to producing and preserving affordable housing. Instead, funding typically comes from state and federal sources and intermittent contributions from the county. This lack of a reliable funding stream creates uncertainty for developers that work on affordable housing projects, and it also means that the county isn't able to leverage fully the state programs like the state's local housing trust fund. To address this, the county can aim to secure permanent housing funding sources, considering a variety of options. This strategy lays out those options to help the board determine an approach. One medium-term path could be to evaluate feasibility housing production targets, including meeting the county's RHNA goals and continuing to fund affordable housing regionally. Working with staff, we projected a funding need of about $383 million for affordable housing production over the next 5 years. This estimate is meant to help the county understand the scale of funding needed and options to pursue it. Number 3 aims to enhance engagement, transparency, and access. This strategy enables the public to participate in discussions on housing planning and policy, stay updated on blueprint progress, and easily access relevant data and resources. This strategy also includes a medium-term action that would create an online application portal across the county for affordable housing, following the best practices of other recently launched portals. This would centralize and streamline access to affordable housing for residents who currently have to apply to individual properties. Many of these initiatives could be driven and informed by the new Housing Strategy Office. Moving on to the programmatic and policy actions, strategy number 4 focuses on mobilizing increased housing funds as the county secures new funding source of the county's funding. This includes prioritizing the type of housing it needs most, new supportive and deeply affordable housing, to align the county's efforts to prevent and end homelessness. Strategy 5 focuses on unlocking land for sustainable and resilient development opportunities. This means optimizing land use and identifying housing development areas that are safe from environmental threats like wildfires or floods and are close to things like public transit, jobs, parks, to reduce vehicle miles traveled. It also entails promoting and facilitating affordable housing development on lands owned by the county, as well as other entities with aligned missions, including nonprofits and religious and educational institutions. Strategy 6 identifies solutions for encouraging the creation of more middle-income housing. The county can use targeted developer incentives to encourage production of homeownership units for middle-income households, such as through fee deferral or permit streamlining, as well as incentivizing attached housing types, which are more affordable by design. Leveraging county resources through partnerships with other capital sources is a best practice for this income level, either through local and regional housing funds or in the medium term, establishing a new revolving loan fund. Number 7 is focused on preserving affordable housing. The county can bolster its role in retaining the region's limited affordable housing stock by closely monitoring at-risk housing and allocating resources where they can have the greatest impact. The county can also build the capacity of organizations in the region by facilitating a preservation working group. And in the medium term, the county can invest in the resilience of its housing stock with focus on areas vulnerable to climate disasters. Lastly, Strategy 8 aims to strengthen tenant protections, which ultimately can prevent homelessness. The county has an opportunity to create more housing stability, bringing tenant protections in the unincorporated county in line with other jurisdictions in the region, and establishing a contact to provide better information for renters and landlords. These actions are aimed at preventing households from falling into homelessness, while also ensuring that landlords, especially small mom and pop owners, remain motivated to provide rental housing. In conclusion, the blueprint sets forth a package of goals, strategies, and actions that the board can now scale to its resources and priorities. The board and county staff have done a great deal of impactful work to get to this point, and implementation of the blueprint will build on those successes. We commend staff and the board for your commitment to the county's residents and believe that the blueprint represents a path for greater affordability and quality of life for San Diego County. With its adoption, staff will move forward into work. Thank you for your time and
Item requests the board to Environmental Quality Act guidelines, to receive the County of San Diego Housing Chief Administrative Officer to report back in Q3 of fiscal year 24-25 with a plan for prioritizing actions for implementation within the current and future resource availability to advance the goals and strategies of the Housing Blueprint. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 11 person and 7 requests. We did not receive any individuals that requested to speak using the instructions that were starting with the individual in favor. I'd like to invite forward Kay Marie. Kay will be followed by the speakers in opposition. Michael, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name.
People with serious mental illness need housing. Sisters, sons, daughters, veterans, friends, and should not be conditional housing for those with disabling psychiatric housing programs due to symptoms and relapse. They are not preyed upon and put in vulnerable situations. Even a county program. It's too easy to be dumped homeless or a missing person. Stop normalizing homelessness in cars, not a housing. An exclusion from a society that does not take care of its most vulnerable. No symptoms of their illness. This is discrimination of those with mental illness. When there is a relapse of symptoms, it can cause the inability to care for and other vital needs. Housing is a right that should not just be earned based on medication compliance or being part of a county program participation. They need tenant protection. The cure should not be worse than the disease. When we see our fellow human beings wither away and die on the streets, we see encampments that are not better than living under a pile of trash, patients dumped from hospitals, sleeping on sidewalks outside our county hospitals, and when we see human beings who have names and deserve a life. The cure isn't worse than the disease. Let's right the wrong that's being done for those with serious mental illness. There's so many barriers to help in housing. They need tenant protection also. Thank you. Where do they go? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ma'am with the black hat, I don't know your name, but I'm just going to remind you, there is no clapping, please, because it's disrupting the meeting and we have a really long meeting. So please, thank you.
But I would like to ask Nora, you gave 2 warnings to the people in the group. So you said there's 1 warning, yet you gave 2 warnings before. I'm just wondering, for transparency, how that works. What? And groups get 2 or 3?
Yep, just go ahead. One for you.
Okay. You're not going to let the people know so that we can be aware of what your policies are, since you're treating some people differently. There's no equity in that if you can say, these people get this many warnings, but you get 1, and then you're out. Everybody, so what was the 2 warnings from before?
Would you like to stay on topic on this
Yes, I do. I'm just curious if you
Otherwise,
could
I'm
be
going to go ahead and
transparent.
forfeit your time.
Oh,
Whichever one you like.
see how that works? It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, so my person uses the name Audra Andrew. And it's interesting because it's like, with the point in time count, I'm wondering what this next year is going to bring. And as long as we pretend that we're going to fix the problem, it's good, right? I mean, we just have to, it's a business. You can't have no homelessness, otherwise you don't get funding. But it's interesting to see how the illegals are getting such great help, right? It's like you can get like $150,000 if you want a home. Who gets that here? Anybody? Raise? No? Nobody. Okay, well, that's good, right? I mean, because that's totally equitable, and it makes sense when they're your replacements that are coming in, and they get to have, carte blanche and everything that they need to make sure that they can get a home, while everybody else, it's like, you know what, if you can't pay your taxes, you're out of here. That's totally not xenophobic, right? Yeah, it's just interesting to see how things go and who's prioritized over other people. And, if you just invade a nation, you get everything under the sun. You can get home, you can get a sex change, you know what I mean? It's like you get free hotel stays, you get free plane ticket, you get refugee cash assistance checks. How cool is that?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, this item is a lie and a scam. Since the Federal Reserve, which intentionally causes inflation, has not been ended, and the county is buying more land from private owners with our tax dollars, this is unsustainable and slowly transfers our private property into government corporations. You are not a stakeholder, and they do not care about your community input at all. There are contractors and shareholders profiting from these programs, such as Blackstone, which is buying low-income housing and single-family homes to rent. See this YouTube video title? It's Wealth Inequality in America. To understand the real causes of this, there's 2 main causes. First of all, inflation, which is caused by the Federal Reserve, and you can see the video Zeitgeist Addendum on YouTube, and that'll explain how inflation is caused. Secondly, wealth inequality in America. Here's some distribution, some screenshots I got. This top one here, this is the actual distribution of wealth in the U.S. The second one down here is what Americans think it is, and here's what Americans think would be ideal, according to a study. There's such a scam here going on. Literally, like an example is Todd Gloria. He wants 1,000 beds for like $400 and something million. And I already told you guys at least 20 times how you can 3D print 12,000 rooms, and for 12 million. For another 12 million, you can have all 12,000 people having scooters. And I mean really adult scooters, 2,600 watt. But no, we're going to waste $400 million. What a scam.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
All above. The board letter says, while actual cost of implementing the actions laid out in order to meet the proposed goal of producing 4,100 new deed-restricted affordable homes Over a 5-year period, the county will need to provide developers with $383 million in debt financing. I think that given the current situation of essentially uncontrolled rent hikes, growing in large part by unpredictable government mandates such as the
We'll come back to that caller. Go to the next caller.
Gambler here. How you guys doing this fine day? So, is this deal better or worse than the deal that you're giving the legal immigrants? Like $150,000 to buy a house, but to the citizens, are you going to be providing the same comparable thing or much less? And as a matter of fact, on the $150,000 that you're giving illegal immigrants to be housed, I wonder what the demographic is going to be. Like, who are you going to give the loans to? Is it going to be primarily Chinese nationals that will be getting land near, let's just say, military facilities that we're going to trying to make us as poor as possible so that, you know, if a country ever wanted to try to take us over, they can, I guess. Is that the motivation that we have here? It really, really, really does sound like it based off of everything that you guys are doing. Give tons of money to Chinese nationals that are coming over here, you know, seeking refuge, and helping them buy property next to military facilities so that they could stage a coup against our government that, you know, sooner or later, you know, that's what it looks like is happening, and it looks like you guys are complacent and that's not helping this happen. Now it's going to be a shame the next election when everyone does the investigation like all over the place and find out, yeah, no, you probably should not have certified that election, but you're going to. I know that because you have to. You told me you have to regardless.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's truth, the corrupt political LaSar Development Corporation is in collusion with the county staff on this blueprint for failure. LaSar also has the Global Policy Minion Academy, which is funded by the AFL-CIO Political Union and Mark Zuckerberg. Not to mention, Jennifer LaSar's wife, Tony Atkins, has made sure she's got $1 million no-bid government contracts. This sounds like it's going to go great. The county's housing blueprint so far has resulted in very few affordable homes being built. Maybe it's time you guys stop planning to fail with failures. This item lies when it says housing production rates have not kept pace with population growth. Not true. There's been a record population loss for the state of California. And the 5 pitiful P's of equity, inclusion, sustainability, housing for all, vulnerable housing, protect tenants, and prevent displacement shows a clear bowl of robust word salad, buzzword-filled agenda of government interference in the real estate market. And the evidence shows that's made things much worse. Under your guys' watch, homelessness has increased at least 25%. And a housing strategy that includes strategies that are regional in nature is proof that the county is operating outside of its lawful jurisdiction. So system changes and programmatic policy changes are absolutely necessary, but that's really only possible under a supervisor change. Social subsidies never create generational wealth, and government monopolizing land and real estate never create opportunity or affordable housing. It's not government's job to create funding sources for housing. That can only be another tax. And this item says the county would need about $400 million for their unaffordable tax pipe stream. That's a lot of tax. And the sustainability statement says housing solutions should promote the reduction of GHGs and BMTs. That just means United Nations inspired stag attacks near public transit, where 52-year-old men get stabbed at Palomar Station and 15-year-old boys get shot while waiting for a trolley at 30-second and commercial. Plans are also resulting in injuries and deaths. Not that you know, because none of you take public transit every day. Dump the socialist housing and waive all fees for single-family homes.
Thank you. We'll now come back to the caller.
Hi, Paula Bold. Thanks for coming back to me. So we have essentially uncontrolled rent hikes and rolling inflation that were caused in large part by unpredictable government mandates. It says, yes, I heard. They were caused by unpredictable government mandates such as the $20 minimum wage or the threat of reparations.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you to all of our team and to the consultants for all the work around this and really thinking about finding innovative and effective ways to address this crisis. I know we had conversations even when I didn't have a voice, so that was tough. But I think this county has really taken a leadership role in advancing policies in the last couple of years to really think outside the box on how we really think about solutions in advancing equity and sustainability and affordability for all, including working to increase the region's middle income housing opportunities as well. And so this idea of the housing blueprint and how it came about was really this idea of how do we preserve affordable housing, how do we create ongoing sources of funding, and how do we provide solutions for the missing middle income housing production and programs. It was really, that was, my goal when we talked about this at the beginning. And so, housing continues to be a fundamental infrastructure and an essential component for the well-being of our households and communities. And so creating pathways and finding those pathways continues to be a top priority. But I want to make sure that we hear loud and clear from the community. I know there was some community engagement and want to make sure that we continue to have that as particularly in District 1, if you look at the numbers, the majority of the residents are going to be living in District 1 by 2050. There's going to be a 21% of the region's residents that are going to be living in the southern portion of the district. And right now, we don't have enough homes for everyone, and we need to make sure that we have, our medium, where the median household income is lower in comparison to the whole region. And so there's a lot of work to be done there. I think it's very important to me that we make sure that housing is built equitably and sustainable. And when this item returns to us in 2025, bless you, I want to see the detailed information on community priorities and how these concerns are integrated into the housing blueprint implementation. So also connecting a lot of the nonprofits that are doing this work and how do we integrate them into this. I think we've been able to create programs like the Housing Preservation Anti-Displacement Program with the Vice Chair of the Transformative Housing Solutions Initiative and some other creative ways. But I also want to make sure, I appreciated the recommendations from the consultants, but I want to make sure that we defer to our CAO as we think about, we have a new CAO who's really, I think, taking on, looking at the agency from a holistic perspective and really looking at housing. Right now, housing is under Health and Human Services, and really thinking about what does that look like as we move forward and the agency integration across departments. I'm not sure I necessarily support creating another position under the CAO's purview, but if you can convince me that that's the best way to do it, I'm happy to have a conversation. I just want to make sure that I think less is more, not making government bigger, but government more efficient. And so whatever we can do to really find those opportunities is important to me. But the spirit of the concept is, I think, what really matters, which is the continuity, the discussion, and then working really closely with stakeholders, and not only the developers, but the community and the needs that we have based on so many folks that need access. And so that to me is extremely important. And then as well, we have an opportunity as a county to have direct influence in terms of what is our mandate and our authority and funding to address, right? We have our RENA numbers, and we continue to see that we are meeting the higher end, but not the affordable, the lower end impact. Tomorrow, we're going to have a conversation about inclusionary housing and what does that look like. So the part that I want to make sure that as we're moving forward is that we really take a look at all of these moving pieces and that integrated into the housing blueprint, which includes BMT, which includes our climate action plan, which includes this work, so that it's a bigger holistic perspective, so that we don't have, even though I understand that we can take a vote tomorrow specifically on inclusionary housing because it's important and we're working on that and all that, I really do believe that looking at it from a larger perspective allows us to seek additional funding from the federal government, from the state government, and look and work very closely with our local elected officials, because the beauty or the interesting situation that we live in is that we are 18 cities within this county, and many of the cities have their own housing commissions. How are those partnerships taking place? And then we have our own planning committees. So the structure and the levels of government, I think talking to each other is going to be key to this process as we move forward. And so what is our role and what is our mandate, I think is important. And we have, I believe, a responsibility to expand affordable housing and protect our families in these homes and produce more housing for low and middle income residents to take affordability challenges. We saw it firsthand during the floods, talking directly with folks, the Supervisor Montgomery Stepp and I, biggest concern, even if there was housing availability, it's too expensive. And so what do we do to make sure that we alleviate that, and what programs can we have to make sure that we can be supportive in that process? So I appreciate all the work. I think this is a great first step, but there's so much in here, and I propose that we continue to listen closely to the public input, engage in meaningful discussion as a board, and then return in our next meeting as we are ready to staff, county team, the SAR consultants, everybody for all of their great work. And so with that, I'm happy to make a motion to support this item.
Agree with your comments kind of globally about everything that we are doing and how the blueprint fits into that, and as we move forward to make those important policy decisions, considering all of those things. Also agree with the fact that certainly the recommendation to kind of create an office to ensure that we are keeping up with everything that we have passed on this dais and that we are doing is the concept of keeping up with is extremely important. The mechanism, I think we may be able to come up with another way to do that. And I think we have to overall, as a county, think about when we, take certain actions up here on this dais, where do they fit and how will it, what piece of the puzzle is that? And, otherwise we'll be creating a bunch of stuff and drowning under that bureaucracy, which, some could argue is the case now, right? So certainly understand and agree with the sentiment of the recommendation. I think as we move forward, and I'm going to stop swerving, but I will say that I think going with the sentiment is important. How we do it, we want to provide as much efficiency in the system as possible. So that being said, I want to say I also appreciate the delineation in the report between systems change and programs and policy changes. But I would like to see more actions that directly address how the county can reduce time and cost for housing construction. And that should be reflected from every level, from federal, state, and local government, how those interplay and what are the barriers within what is already existing. Do we need to go to the state and federal government and lobby for certain barriers to be taken away, for certain streamlining at those levels to happen, as well as the local level? And I understand that back in May of 2023, the board approved the Removing Barriers to Housing Production program. And then in our current budget, we approved $30.1 million to facilitate initiatives in removing barriers to housing, such as guaranteed plan review times for 100% affordable housing projects. I just think moving forward, as per recommendation number 3 here, what we want to see when we come back, how is that working? How are we operationalizing these changes, and what impact is that having? If we don't sort of look at this both globally and get down to those granular, that granular level, we won't make the progress that I think we need to make at this time. Next steps, maybe more time-sensitive proposals or monitoring how these initiatives are being carried out or how they're playing out in our system. Monthly reports, just kind of throwing some ideas out here. We want to be efficient, don't want to bog you with work that is counterproductive, but at the same time, we need to know the impact of our decisions. So I think that's really important. The last thing I'll say is there was a reference to this in the report around the city-county resolution. I was serving on the city council at that time. We had a big to-do at San Diego State University where we said we were going to, try to produce 10,000 units in the next 10 years, whatever it was, 2030, I think. That, resolutions are real. Like, this is what we do, right? So going back and checking the progress on that, what has been established, I know that the San Diego Foundation was a partner. I'm willing to kind of do some work to try to see where we are there, but an update from the county perspective and county staff perspective would be good, because that's just one example of something that we've already done, and then it plays into our housing production overall. So I really do appreciate the report and the work that you all have done. I think a lot of it is, we really are going to have to hold ourselves to the standard of checking our work, right? Checking what we say we're going to do and then how it's working. That way, if it's working, great. We can let the public know. If it's not, we can change it. But it really comes down to some of that, the things that we don't see every single day, but that need to be working in our system to get the production that I think we want. So thank you very much for the report. I will second this motion, and that does conclude my comments.
Thank you. Before I turn it to Supervisor Desmond, I was just reminded in my notes, I looked at my notes, I forgot to mention that I would love to be able to see best practices from not just California, but other places of things that are working well, so that, we might be leading the way in a lot of different things, because I know we always do, but I feel like if there are some programs or initiatives that could help identify or support any of the items that have been recommended, I think it would be great to include those in the process. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Appreciate the presentation and the work that went into the blueprint here. I noticed, there's a lot of system changes, recommendations, and some higher level policy recommendations. I do think, we got to look internally as well as to what's working, what isn't. Pretty much what Supervisor Montgomery Stepp put forward. One of the things that raised a little bit of my eyebrows is creating another strategy office, so more bureaucracy, another housing stream or money stream, putting a measure out there. I don't think it's not because we're not collecting enough taxes, and conducting more studies and outreach. I think it's great, but I think we got to really look internally at what we're doing here. For example, addressing the cost benefit and the impacts of CEQA and the cost of processing, or the cost of all the lawsuits. We get sued just about in every housing project, even if it's general plan compliant. We've grown very litigious, and builders just can't keep absorbing those costs. And what happens is those costs go in to the cost of the house, and then our housing prices come up. And we've also added costs in housing, burdensome regulations from the county and state, like VMT, which is basically just about stymied, or took away about 50,000 potential sites for housing in the unincorporated area. Of the 5 Ps, the one I liked was produce housing for all. If we can do that one, I think the other ones will fall into place. So even if we had 50 Ps, I think we need 3 Bs. Build, build, and build. That's what we need to do. We are not building enough housing. We've over-regulated housing, we've stymied production, and now we're in a housing crisis. We're searching for answers out there, but I think the answer is we look in a mirror and we can see who the problem is, and it's us. I think the pendulum has swung far to the side of government involvement with policies and initiatives and everything else, and I think it's more a time for a balance. Builders will build housing, even affordable housing. They will build it if there's certainty, there's less risks, there's less lawsuits, and there's quick processing. And yes, they got to make a profit, but we're getting some come forward, but it's much smaller housing projects, like 10 houses here and there that are in the pipeline. How many are really going to get developed? We're not sure, but builders want to build, but we have to get out of the way. I like strategy 6, which was giving home builders and empower them to produce housing for all. That's what we need to do. We got to look internally at how we do that, how we get out of the way of housing production. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So obviously I know everyone's been working on this for an extremely long time. And first, I actually just want to thank my colleagues because this endeavor started because the one thing that, well, we agree on many things with this board, but one thing that's been a constant for the last 4 years is a commitment to housing and to really doing something to address our housing crisis. And we've all been focused on that. And I think when we decided to move forward with the housing blueprint, it was really just with the notion that we were doing a lot on housing all over the place all the time. And it felt a bit discoordinated and willy-nilly to our county team and staff who felt like, okay, well, what's the big strategy, right? There's a lot of initiatives here, but how do these all tie together? How do we prioritize them? How do we prioritize scarce time and resources among the county staff to figure out how the whole could be more than the sum of the parts, to know what we should work on first, second, and third, what kind of order. Just reminding folks sort of the origin of this was the kind of great energy and focus that this board brought to tackling the housing crisis, but the way that that was manifesting was a lot of very discoordinated and siloed initiatives that didn't fit together in an overarching framework or an overarching strategy. So that's why we move forward with this housing blueprint to sort of try to take all these, as well as to think about what else could we be doing, what's missing, what would it really look like to drive forward an aggressive policy to tackle our affordable housing crisis in San Diego County. And we brought in some great consultants and a great team that was able to bring an expertise to bear that, we obviously didn't have internally, to not only try to weave together the initiatives that we had already launched, but also to give advice on what else we could look at and should look at, and what else we could and should do if we want to make housing a priority, which we all do. So I think there's a lot of concepts in here that we've all been championing that have been very important to me in particular, including expanding access to missing middle housing, first-time homebuyer opportunities, working with regional partners to produce affordable housing in the right places near transit, jobs, and amenities, aligning our housing resources to prevent and end homelessness. But all that being said, this is a report with a lot of great ideas, but the real practical work is going to come in how this is or is not implemented. And I just think we need to get ready to start rolling up our sleeves and doing the work and saying, okay, this is full of great ideas, now let's get cracking. So in my view, probably one of the very first steps that we're gonna have to take is to make sure we have the right kind of staffing in place and the right expertise internally here at the county, or internally and externally in some kind of partnership. But we're not going to be able to move forward on any of these fantastic ideas if we don't have the competence and expertise to be able to translate these ideas into implementation. So just with that said, appreciate all the work and looking forward to step A1, which is staffing up so we can move forward on the rest of it. Thank you.
Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question, and I'm not sure who on your team would be best, but when you were putting this plan together, did you take in consideration transportation at all? Because we're talking about low-income housing, and it's one thing to look at whether you can build it or not, or what's holding it up. It's another thing to look at whether it's sustainable and whether it's viable. And 600,000 people live in the unincorporated, and yet until recently, we didn't have a voice at Sandag, and even now, today, we don't have a vote. So you have cities that are 4,000, 12,000, they all have a vote, but 600,000 people are told, need not apply. You're not important to us. So when thinking in terms of this low income, and especially the lowest of income that we failed at compared to all of it, work for, a platform that would allow people to succeed in life.
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor. I'd like to turn that over to the LaSAR team, and they will address that question.
Through the chair, thank you for this question. Certainly, transportation options were part of the analysis. The recommended strategies for this plan are not spatial in nature. They don't say to put housing here, here, here. But certainly, in general, the framework through which we recommend where housing go, the types of housing follow, aligning housing with existing transit and other mobility resources. I think another thought that comes to mind is the county is working diligently on the development feasibility analysis and the VMT mitigation work, and which is led by staff outside of the context of the blueprint, and that might best answer how housing is located in the unincorporated areas.
We had staff present all sorts of ideas a year and a half ago, and one of the problems that we have is on the locations, great ideas, but on paper doesn't give you topography, and it certainly doesn't give you the lack of transportation. One of the biggest challenges we have is if you were to look over the last decade of all the projects in East County from Sandag, I think we've done the most. Supervisor Losser-Reamer and I joined authored a letter to bring internet to portions of my district that didn't have internet. So I think that was one of the biggest commitments Sandag has done for us as a region. And I think that when you look at so much of this, until you drill down, you realize that on paper it looks great. It's just not feasible and workable. So I appreciate all your work. These are recommendations, but I think that for our board, we need to be thinking in terms of going back to the people that live in our districts and make sure that we meet the needs of our community. Thank you again for this, and I'll be supporting it to accept it. But I think that we really need to close that gap between paper and people. So thank you.
If I may share a comment through the chair with permission, Supervisor, we get to work across the state, and we've, over the years, seen housing element sites from across the state that make no sense. And one of the things that the state has done is to really crack down on the sites that are approved in housing elements. So we hear your comment, we understand what you're saying, and housing is incredibly local, right? It's very site-specific. And when you get out into the more rural parts of any community in California, you really have to have boots on the ground and walk the communities to figure out what's feasible. So,
and I was not trying to infer that you did a poor job in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just trying, no matter where you go in the state, you're absolutely correct, and I just wanted to remind everybody in this room that we really need to go into our communities and see. And, I've been working to increase housing, and in my district, I have 200,000 people that live in the unincorporated. Many are blue-collar workers, and while they'll build homes, there's no home for them to own. And while they make great wages, they live in Riverside and commute. And I just think that as we're moving forward, if we really want to approach the environmental aspects, we have to use real science not just the data that supports our argument. So thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. I am going to thank you very much for the presentation, for all the great work, and look forward to continue our work together. I'm going to go ahead and make some adjustments to the calendar. We're going to go next to item number 17, then we're going to do item 18, then we're going to do item number 19, then item 23rd, and then we'll come back and follow up with the rest. Okay, so next item on the agenda is item number 17, Development of Homeless Outreach and Service Pilot Program in the City of Lemon Grove. I am going to turn it over to the public for comments.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 20 requests to speak on item 17, 8 in person and 12 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 5 e-comments, 1 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 2 neutral. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 17 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I will ask you to please listen for your name. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name at the podium for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Rachel Hayes, Richard Siaba, and Jacqueline Clark.
Rachel Hayes with Lived Experience Advisors, and I am in full support of the tiny homes. 10 years on the streets, and if that would have been an option for me, I would have jumped, which gives you some dignity. And everybody deserves to be somewhere. Everybody deserves to be somewhere, and everybody needs to eat. Plain and simple. And whatever program that will work is what you need to do. The tiny cabins, I think that's a phenomenal idea, personally, because what it offers someone. I know the ones in Chula Vista are working really well. I have a friend that works there. It's low barrier, people are happy. They have a sense of pride and dignity. It's only 1 person per cabin though, because you don't want people stealing from each other. You have to match people up to make sure they get along if you're gonna do 2 people in 1 cabin. And I'm really sorry, Miss Monica, that you went through that in Lemon Grove. I've never seen so much ugliness in 1 room in my life. And like I said, people deserve to be somewhere, and somewhere safe, and somewhere that gives them a little bit of dignity. That's as close to a hotel room that you can get, being in a shelter. And I've been in a lot of shelters in San Diego, and I would have jumped at the chance to be in a tiny home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Richard Siaba, Lived Experience Advisors. I'm here to show support and for the development of a homeless outreach services pilot program in the city of Lemon Grove with these tiny home cabins. I definitely think, I just want to echo what Rachel said. I definitely think it's a better way to, a small solution for solving the homelessness program. I know when I was on the streets, like up in Los Angeles and down here in San Diego, I really tried to jump through hoops to get into ones in LA, but they were overcrowded, and it was, something I definitely would have chosen as opposed to being like in a tent on the street. I've never done the programs down here, but seeing the tiny homes, and it just looked like a better option. The backlash I know you guys are getting from the community of Lemon Grove and Santee, it's just, I just don't see, I see a lot of people who just don't want it in their backyards and just want to throw it somewhere else. But to me, I just think that you guys should just push ahead and go forward with it, and just, I think you guys are doing the right thing, and I appreciate you guys for working collectively to try and put it somewhere in the city of San Diego. So thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor, Natalie Rashke and Levi Giaffaglione.
My name is Jacqueline Clark, and I'm a 26-year resident of Lemon Grove. And as a 26-year resident of Lemon Grove, there has been an increasing concern about the growing number of people who are already homeless or who are facing the threat of becoming homeless. Many residents have empathy for the homeless, but are frustrated with the ongoing visibility of homelessness in public spaces. The presence of homelessness in Lemon Grove cannot be denied or ignored. It has been said by those who work directly with the homeless in Lemon Grove that whole families are sleeping in their cars at local parks or parked on the various streets. They're utilizing the bathroom facilities at the parks or other public places to take care of personal hygiene, and then going to work or sending their children to school. Lemon Grove School District has a good idea about the number of students that are homeless. The city of Lemon Grove has access to reliable data from the Regional Task Force on the Homeless and other homeless advocacy groups that also has a count of the homeless. Although Lemon Grove, as part of the County of San Diego, has been implementing various homeless strategies and working with different outreach programs, and the County of San Diego has been expanding its homeless services in unincorporated areas, Lemon Grove has been kind of left to figure out things on their own. Some residents and advocacy groups argue that not enough resources are being allocated to address homelessness effectively, particularly in terms of mental health services and affordable housing. That the County of San Diego will support sustainability goal number 2 to provide just and equitable access to services and resources, and sustainability goal number 4 to protect the health and well-being of everyone in the region to improve access to critical homelessness services, including housing, navigation, financial support, employment services, and behavioral health care. And the county believes that access to this array of services will help address the needs of unhoused individuals and improve public health across the region.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker,
Thank
please.
you. Before we get the next speaker, I just want, no, you're fine, you're fine. I just want to remind folks that item number 17 is specifically to developing a homeless outreach and service pilot program in the city of Lemon Grove. So I'm going to ask all public speakers to stay on topic. The Supervisor Montgomery Stepp will speak more on the issue in a bit, but this is not related to tiny homes. So I just want to make sure that folks focus on homeless outreach and service pilot programs, which is what this board letter is about. All right? No. Go ahead.
Natalie Rashke, Lived Experience Advisors. This is my son, Alo. He's 10 years old. That's Lucia. She's 6. And I have two more at home. I think I read in the agenda item that it appeared there was only 4 youths homeless in this agenda item. And I can tell you for a fact there's more homeless children than we all see or make a point to say really how many homeless children they are. When we talk about resources and this development, like Tara Lawson-Remer said, we need to really start moving this forward. I was unhoused for 2.5 years with my family. We've now been housed for 2 years, and I don't think I've seen anything really come to development on expanding affordable housing or homes for really anybody. I don't know what has came about. If we talk about resources, and when you're out there and you have homeless outreach coming out to you, even in the city of San Diego, I don't think homeless outreach came with any resources to me and my family. They didn't come with any water or food or basic. They just came to see where we were, what we were doing, and give us, a piece of paper about safe parking. Sometimes we were cited. I can't tell you how many citations I have. No resources were given, but citations were given that have now gone into collections. which lessens my opportunity to come ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, Michael Brando, allegedly Audra, and Mark.
Hi, everyone. My name is Levi Giafflioni. I experienced homelessness in my early youth as a young adult. I experienced homelessness in total for 6 years. When I first came into contact with outreach workers, I was not the easiest person to help. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what I needed. I was, I guess, what some people would call like a brat or stubborn. The thing is like I've worked in homeless services in the city of San Diego. Lemon Grove is a completely different area that needs its own unique outreach. The organization that got me off the streets used to say, we're gonna believe in you until you learn to believe in yourself. And now I do, because they had that faith in me back then. And so the same type of energy needs to be brought to Lemon Grove, and so thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, you have a huge omission, and as is my right under 54954.3C, I'm going to point it out. So first of all, you're not addressing the causes whatsoever, and your policy is criminally negligent. It literally is not sustainable. It's not a solution at all. So what are the two real causes of homelessness anywhere, and in this area, Lemon Grove? People need to see Zeitgeist to Denim, this title here on YouTube, from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 25 minutes. Watch it with everyone you know over 5th grade. Every child in the United States in a real free country would be required to understand this and be able to say it before they could even be promoted to junior high. So that is creating so much inflation, and Nora has herself said that inflation is a huge part of the problem. Well, it is unbelievably, it's pretty much the problem. You need to see the video to understand. There is actually, Representative Massey right now has H.R. 8421 that will get rid of them and abolish the Federal Reserve that is causing inflation. But that will do no good if people don't understand how it happened and what has been done so it can't happen again. Also, wealth distribution. This is all from this video. Wealth inequality. People need to see these too. And wealth inequality in America. Here's some graphs I did from that. Here's the actual distribution.
Mark, I'm going to ask you to stay on topic, please.
This is on topic completely. Here's the actual wealth distribution that's in the U.S. Here's what people think it is, and here's the ideal. Here's another graph of it. The white line is where it should be. It's actually down here. We're in poverty. This is criminally negligent. People need to see this video to understand how this could even occur. And it could be solved easily. This is such a scam.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Final call for allegedly Audra and Michael Brando.
It was relevant, whether you want to admit that or not. My person uses the name Audra. It's actually really sad to see how, homeless individuals are discriminated against. And because it's a business, you have these people come in and want to provide these services or whatever it is, and they're set to make money on it. They wouldn't do it if there was no profit. And it's really sad because, I've been homeless. I mean, it was, when I was 18, and it was only for a few months. But just recently, I went into LA into the Skid Row, and I went undercover as a homeless person. And it was really eye-opening because those people are discarded, but they're actually genuinely good people. And I was surprised. I probably wouldn't have had the same reaction if I wasn't undercover, but it really opened up my eyes to see how they're treated, because once I went outside of the 50 square blocks of Skid Row, I felt out of place and like I didn't belong. And it was really sad because the people look at you different and they treat you different. And a lot of people, when they talk about homelessness at any of these meetings, they're like, lock them up, get them out of here. They need to be put away. And they don't. They actually need to feel like they belong somewhere instead of being discarded as like trash. And, you know, when we talk about discrimination and reparations, it's like maybe they deserve something like that if we're going to be talking about things, because it's actually happening to, you know, people that shouldn't have equal rights or equal opportunity to be able to be in a home and feel like you can, you know, have more than just living on the streets and having to go collect things out of trash and try and get food out of the trash can. So the hope is that, like, you know, these services could actually help, but the sad thing is that most of the...
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
I'm Manola Clark Manson, resident of Lemon Grove, and support this pilot. There is a saying, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Well, a horse with bad teeth, unable to eat, and a bad leg, unable to walk, is not a gift. It's a burden. To ensure that this item stays a benefit, I have some recommendations. 1, the implementation of this pilot includes current research that has been compiled and continues to be compiled by active service providers in Lemon Grove. 2, any pilot or plans are reviewed or have input from those already providing services within Lemon Grove. 3, there's an increased communication with the City of Lemon Grove, both in combination with the city officials and Lemon Grove School District, as well as directly to the population of housed and unhoused residents. 4, the resulting plans of this pilot are consistent that are consistent with what will benefit those who are receiving the services. The only way I can think of and I support is ensuring that there's an advisory committee comprised of people who would and or have received the future services being proposed. All of my concerns are about all people affected being heard and the people receiving the service get what they need rather than what we want them to have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
A homeless outreach service in Lemon Grove, now that the tiny home shelter idea has been rejected, is a good idea, but it can be a lot better. In fact, with the number of homeless people scattered around through indiscriminate camping bans with too few corrective or remedial options, I think it would be helpful to expand on the mobile home services that exist. Mainly, I am concerned about the cost of setting up and operating an HSBC pilot program for just 111 homeless people in one area when there are so many spread around the whole county. Just, you know, putting it down the street is ridiculous when near schools and hospitals and when the community opposes it. So, I mean, you know, I think the mobile services would be your best bet. And, yeah, I agree with the last speaker that you should really have a comprehensive committee look at this and not just a bunch of politicians. Next.
Don't care.
Next, we'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors and staff. My name is Cheryl Robertson, and I serve as trustee on the Lemon Grove School Board. The comments that I make today are my own and should not be taken as a position of the Lemon Grove School District. Additionally, it is important that supervisors remember that no person who comes here speaking for our entire community actually does. I have had countless conversations with community members and families who are begging for real solutions to address homelessness in Lemon Grove. We saw an unprecedented rise in the number of unhoused neighbors in Lemon Grove at the height of the pandemic. Following the City of San Diego's encampment ban, our homeless population has exponentially exploded. I am not an expert on all of the funding mechanisms for homelessness, but I do know that much of the funding from the state is allocated to counties and larger cities. This leaves smaller cities, particularly communities like mine in Lemon Grove, with a less affluent tax base, struggling to address the crisis. Thank you to Monica Montgomery Stepp for listening to the residents of Lemon Grove who have expressed concerns that we need real services to help our community effectively address our most critically unhoused neighbors. As both a foster mother of a transgender daughter who was rejected by her birth family, and as someone who experienced homelessness herself during the economic crash of 2008, we need to work harder and collaboratively to serve our unhoused neighbors. For those unaware, recent and conservative estimates suggest that there are more than 2,000 unhoused youth in our county, and roughly 40% of them identify as LGBTQ+. The actual numbers of our homeless populations are critically underreported due to the stigma surrounding homelessness. Clearly, people like myself need to be more open and vocal about the struggles of being unhoused to publicly combat this stigma. I support this pilot program. I also ask that you continue to the people.
Thank you. Now I hear from the next caller.
Hey, truth, Monica, I told you not to pass the multi-million-dollar sleeping cabins without first getting Lemon Grove's consent. You didn't listen, interfered with city business inclusion with Raquel and Allison until you got the warm welcome of booze you deserve. And I wish I could have been there with some popcorn to enjoy the show. I wouldn't even have to speak. I would have just enjoyed. Where is Jennifer, Allison, and Raquel? Why aren't they coming out in open support again? Are these sleeping cabins already a done deal, Monica? That's what the residents of Lemon Grove told me, basically said. And Joel's minion, Ibrahim, supported a mega trauma shelter the city of San Diego overpaid for that would cruelly stack and pack 1,000 people together in a small space. Why do you and Joel want to interfere in government outside your own jurisdiction? As far as Lemon Grove, they already had their own shelter plans. And publicly, that did not include the county's plans. And anything that the county does touch turns to sewage. Just ask the city of Carlsbad. The county lied about what Windsor Point would entail, and now it's a security disaster for the city, taking up all the police and EMS rescue time away from residents. There's almost no veterans or locals being given shelter as promised, and some of the people living there leave at all times of day and night into the neighborhood. That's part of why residents of Lemon Grove are concerned about where those in a sleeping cabin program would go when they leave, only to face a highway, a liquor store, and people's homes that are going to be devalued. The County Live Well program offered is often a sad sight to see, and I'd hate to see people that are homeless miscared for by a white coat foot team. And there's no such thing as a pilot program. There's only permanent chaos when the county's involved. The city of Lemon Grove needs to take care of its own and quit using up the county people's tax money. I also have a question. What's the difference between a tiny home and a sleeping cabin? A person who's homeless and ready for change would see both as a great improvement for sleeping on the street.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller.
Hey, Gambler here. How you guys doing? The homeless problem. Well, you know, what are you guys planning on doing out in Lemon Grove area? It looks like you guys want to get someone put in play, because I do realize that one of the great locations that you could go ahead and create fake ballots, or basically steal people's votes, is these homeless facilities. The people registering them can go ahead and fill out a registration form, change their signature, the ballot gets mailed over there. As soon as they get it, they can go ahead and fill it out, turn it in, and fit it over there. So my real question is not necessarily the fact that you want to go ahead and put this facility up there, is what is your actual bottom line goal, Joel? Is it that you want to go ahead and help the Chinese government, or, oh no, it's a rebuilding of all the flooding that you guys created? Is that what we're doing? I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I definitely get the fact that you want to steal some votes in this particular area, and this makes it a lot easier for you to do that. And all you have to do is basically re-register the people, change their signature, the mail ballot gets delivered there, fill it out, and then turn it back in, and it's no harm, no foul. Only problem with that is that you could track it through the resolution.
Just a reminder, this is item number 17, development of a homeless outreach and service pilot program in the city of Lemon Grove. You got 36 more seconds. Go ahead.
Absolutely. That's what I was talking about. The homeless facility, the one that people could go ahead and harvest ballots from. The people that don't typically vote in elections that won't check and see if someone voted for them. Yes, I am talking about the same group. I'm just trying to figure out why you want to go ahead and move a homeless facility in this location. Are you trying to go ahead and steal people's votes in this area? Are you trying to turn an area a different way? I'm just looking for your motivation, and because you refuse to take a look at the mail-in ballots that are coming from the.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Gerardo. I'm a resident of Lemon Grove, and I wanted to call and speak to the Board of Supervisors and let them know that I support this agenda item. Lemon Grove has long looked for support for our unhoused neighbors, and I believe that this is the beginning of an opportunity for us to partner with the county to make that support possible. The only thing that I ask is, as this pilot program moves forward, is that we make sure that there is cooperation and collaboration with our city government and with our volunteers on the ground. If we are a community that really has up to this time taken care of ourselves, and so we want to make sure that that collaboration and partnership is written into this pilot program so that we can be just what we've always been, a community of neighbors that is helping neighbors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Vargas. Thank you to my colleagues for considering this item. There are many pressing issues that we are facing as a county. As we all know, one of the most urgent is the necessity for additional services to help address the needs of our unhoused neighbors with the ultimate goal of helping them attain permanent housing. In the city of Lemon Grove, unhoused individuals and families have very limited options in terms of homeless outreach, case management, and housing navigation services. Today, I'm thrilled to be presenting an opportunity for us to change that through a pilot program that will be headed by our Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities Department, working in partnership with staff from the city of Lemon Grove, as well as community and faith-based organizations. We will be able to provide an array of services to our most vulnerable neighbors. These services will include homeless outreach and case management, where vital relationships can be built on care and trust, and unhoused individuals can get signed up for a public assistance program such as CalFresh, Medi-Cal, and CalWorks right there on the spot. And this will allow us to meet our unhoused neighbors where they are and optimize access to these vital services. Additionally, housing navigation services will be available, helping address the most pressing need of our neighbors: a roof over their heads and a warm bed to sleep in. This pilot program will also present an opportunity to expand access to the Live Well on Wheels mobile office, where county staff can issue EBT cards, print key documents, and provide office space for interviews and assessments. Utilization of the mobile homeless court will be made possible through this pilot, assisting clients with the removal of any legal barriers to housing. And finally, outreach and case management services will present opportunities to refer clients directly to any behavioral health or public health services and supports that they need to optimize their health and get on a path to self-sufficiency. I'm also happy to share that this pilot program, which will provide vital services to the city of Lemon Grove, is projected to add no additional cost to the county budget. Analysis by county staff found that existing staff and resources within HHSA will be adequate to execute the functions of the pilot program. Pilot program will also provide an opportunity for the County of San Diego to perform a thorough analysis of outcomes. If the pilot is found to be more effective than traditional approaches in connecting unhoused residents to needed supports and permanent housing, this pilot could potentially be expanded to other municipalities throughout the region. In closing, I want to reemphasize that this item I'm bringing forward today provides a unique opportunity for the county to help address the needs of our most vulnerable residents without adding a cent to our budget, while also providing an opportunity for analysis and potential consideration of expansion if the model is found to be a success. I'm asking for your support today, and I move the item. Thank you.
Happy to second. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for staff. And I understand Supervisor Montgomery's steps, a desire to get people into housing and get them into the help. And I know this isn't going to cost anything because we've already got people doing this, but we, the county, take care of the unincorporated area. So I just want to make sure that the unincorporated area, we're not losing resources from the unincorporated area or how that might be made up if that's the case.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Desmond. Yes, we will not be losing any services for the unincorporated area. So the folks that are serving the unincorporated area on our team will keep their continued workloads.
Okay.
And Supervisor Desmond, I actually asked the same question, and my understanding is through the CAO is that we've done these programs in partnership with other cities as well, right?
That is correct. When HSEC was formed, thank you for the question, Chairwoman Vargas, we did outreach to all of the cities, and so our partnerships with each of them look a little bit different, and how we help support them. And then, of course, as Supervisor Desmond noted, we are responsible for all of the outreach in the unincorporated communities. Yes, sir.
Great. See no other comments. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is protect the freedom of San Diego County residents to read, challenge, and ban books at their local county libraries. I am going to go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. So I brought this item for today in solidarity with Ban Book Week. That's a national activity, and it's been brought to my attention that there's a troubling trend across our country, and Ban Book Week nationwide has been really focused on raising awareness around this trend and making sure that we are taking actions in our own communities on this issue. Because there have been sustained efforts by many people to censor books and silence diverse voices. And in my view, banning books threatens our fundamental freedoms and undermines the core principle of intellectual freedom. Our 33 county libraries are more than just repositories of books. They are vital spaces for knowledge and understanding. Bans aren't, there is a deliberate attempt to erase important voices from our public spaces. San Diego County must lead by example. We can support California Assembly Bill 1825, the Freedom to Read Act, and ensure our libraries remain places where diverse perspectives can thrive. We've also had a number of incidences at libraries in my district where there's been an attempt by a small minority in the community to check books out of off shelves and ensure that those books cannot be read by anyone else. That's why these actions that I'm asking my colleagues to take today are so important, because we have to join with this work across the country to protect intellectual freedom, to protect the right to read, and ensure that our county libraries continue to have the support from us at the board to fight for intellectual freedom. I've heard from a number of our county librarians expressing how important it is that they know that they have the backing of our Board of Supervisors, especially when they're being harassed by some small but vocal minority of county residents demanding that they remove books from the shelves. They need to know that it is our policy as a board to protect intellectual freedom, and that we have their backs when they tell people, no, these books are here for everyone. So with that, I'd like to make a motion, and I hope my colleagues are willing to support this item today. Thank you.
Happy to second it. Supervisor Anderson. I'm going to give public comment in a second.
Oh, I just had some question of staff.
Okay.
Do you want that now?
No, I'll go ahead and do public comment, so go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 17 requests to speak on this item, 8 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 2 e-comments, 1 in favor and 1 in opposition. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 18 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'd like to invite forward Dolores von Merbach, Karen Bickham, and Karina Pugh. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hello, my name is Dolores von Merbach. I am a proud SEI Local 221 member. I've worked with county probation and have been blessed to be in the reentry unit for 3 years. In my spare time, I am an active bibliophile. Yes, that's right, I like big books and I cannot lie. I'm here to speak about my experience with some of these classic protagonists. Ms. Harper Lee is being challenged for furthering racism under the guise of good literature, but To Kill a Mockingbird taught me, as you grow older, you'll see white men cheat black men every day of your life. Whenever a white man does that to a black man, no matter who he is, how rich he is, or how fine a family he comes from, that white man is trash. Slaughterhouse-5 is on the chopping block for being vulgar and offensive, but Kurt and I philosophized, why me? That is a very earthling question to ask. Why you? Why us for that matter? Why anything? Because this moment simply is. Have you ever seen a bug trapped in amber? Yes. Well, here we are, trapped in the amber of this moment. There is no why. Does Kurt have a point? May you leave him on the shelf so others might have the chance to ponder along with him. Well, Aldous Huxley, being challenged for insensitivity and religious viewpoints, already wrote about that brave new world. I'm claiming the right to be unhappy, not to mention the right to grow old and ugly, the right to have too little to eat, the right to be lousy, the right to live in constant apprehension of what may happen tomorrow. Because if those miserable rights are stripped, then blissful somas are not far behind. I'll leave you with this Orwellian PSA. Who controls the present controls the past. Who controls the past controls the future. One love.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'll invite the speakers in opposition. The first 3 speakers, Michael Brando, Oliver Twist, and Pam. Will be followed by Audra and Mark. So if you're in the chamber, come on forward. Come on down.
I just want to make sure it's my turn, okay. So Oliver Twist here in opposition to this item, and I know Tara has said that we play political theater so much in this chamber, and this seems like it's one of those things that's designed to drive a narrative. I think most of the literature that I'm familiar with being canceled is actually not literature, but falls more under pornography, especially when we talk about graphic novels that become more of a how-to manual. And so at what point does genderqueer move into, say, Kama Sutra? Which one's appropriate, which one's not? And you can use the LGBTQ bias for genderqueer, but at the end of the day, it's depicting sexual acts that are available to young viewers. And I would actually argue that if that were to appear on the internet, on ICAC, would that be reportable as pornography? So the other reason I want to talk on this today is that if you're going to tell the story, you need to tell the whole story. And again, political theater, this is being used to drive a one-way narrative, but there are books across the whole spectrum that have been banned. And here's from Utah School District, where they were trying to ban the Bible. And in fact, if you go back to 2015, this is the highly regarded NPR, they said that in 2015, the Bible actually made the list of most banned books for that year. So what I'm asking is for you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And for the CAO, I am requesting as an actionable item that the Bible be included in your list and that it be prominently displayed if this passes, that you put it on your presentations and that you include the Bible in your displays and your list. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Michael, this item is really ambiguous, but it's interesting because Tara Lawson-Remer once again has her hands all over it and is looking down. And it's interesting that this item is about censorship and harassment, alleged harassment, I should say. And yet, the person that proposed this agenda item has been involved in harassing people, and censorship. During the counterfeit pandemic, 2020 to now, Tara Lawson-Remer was actually involved in threatening people about taking a bioweapon serum injection masquerading as a vaccine. What does this have to do with this item? It has to do with integrity. It has to do with honesty. It has to do with transparency. Just as Mary Davis said, so much that goes on here is all about driving a narrative and saying that this is the only narrative there is, this is the only way to see things. Again, I should have filled out a yellow form because I'm not for or against this. I am against censorship. But yet, Tara, the one who put this forward, is all about terrorizing and harassing and bullying people, and that needs to stop. All this talk about hiding information, you know, back in 2020, things like this, The Final Pandemic, An Antidote to Medical Tyranny by Drs. Mark and Samantha Bailey, was hidden. It was censored. This book wasn't out then, but there were other books like it. So there's people here talking out of both sides of their mouth. Let's be honest. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Pam, number 18, no. Tara, do you take your child to R or X-rated movies? If not, why don't you? Books have not been burned in the streets. What has happened is parents act to protect their children. Schools have imposed inappropriate topics and materials along with secretive behavior targeting minor children without parental knowledge, waking mama bears all over the country. Why? Because the most disturbing trend is the aim to destroy the innocence of children in an attempt to validate insecure and sick adults by outrageous bills signed into law. Children are not intellectually and emotionally developed to process inappropriate materials that all of us in this room know what I'm talking about. There are parental controls on movies, computers, TVs, and social media, which you confirmed, Tara, when you spoke about item number 6. Libraries could simply implement safeguards to protect children. Inappropriate materials, again, we all know what we are talking about, should not be on exhibit for immediate view by children, and especially not placed at eye level to adults. Those same materials can be accessed and checked out by adults, but at least safeguards can deter easy access by children. Currently, AB 1825 was amended on 8/22/2004. It's not signed into law. Let's wait and see what happens there. In regards to lighting the admin building to acknowledge Banned Book Week, I strongly request this building be brightly lit in white to honor the millions of aborted babies now residing in heaven.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, I also, of course, don't believe in censoring anything. That's really wrong. It's, unfortunately, as usual, the government will use this in some really abusive way. So, for one thing, kids there's a big difference between what a kid can process and should see and what an adult should see. Adults should be able to consider everything. However, there are people out there that are open pedophiles. They absolutely believe and have an organization that says they should be able to date your 10-year-old girl, take her out for pizza, and if it's good looking and he's got pizza, your girl might want to go out with him. And he says you shouldn't be able to stop him, and he should be able to have sex and whatever. There are people like this. There are people who believe that a lot of stupid people should die. There are people that openly believe this. Should kids be exposed to these books? I absolutely agree that everyone has a right to voice their opinion, and adults can consider everything, and will come to the right conclusion, the majority of people. I agree with Jordan Peterson on that. However, children being exposed to things about sex that are inappropriate for their age or immorality. By the way, it's an interesting note that Yuri Bezmenov, when he defected from Russia and said the four main objectives of communism that they were doing here, it wasn't being like I Spy James Bond. One of them was demoralizing our country, just literally making it immoral, so immoral that people don't even know right is wrong or that they're a boy or a girl. He stated flat out that's the quickest way to communism. As an incidental note, people should see Rosa Koire. This is part one. See part two. It starts out with her talking about the UN's book for children and what a complete, absolute abomination that is. On YouTube.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. I wonder if you guys are aware of who Alfred Kinsey is. A known pedophile. He wrote child books. He also did experimentation on children, like infants, to see how many orgasms they could have in 24 hours. Yeah. And he was one that was writing books for sexual education. And you cannot say that anyone in their right mind would write a pornographic book for children if they weren't a pedophile. Because we should be protecting children, not sexualizing them and making it like, because Kinsey said that, infants are orgasmic from birth, and he also suggests that incest relationships and pedophilia benefit children, right? And that's what we're teaching him with these books, right? It's good. It's like, hey, do you like to have your butthole touched? Do you like to, give blowjobs? Or, don't tell your parents, but these are the things you can do sexually. That opens up the door to really nefarious things, and the fact that you guys are engaged in the indoctrination of children and trying to sexualize them with these books is very disturbing. Because as a victim of pedophilia, to know that this is something that is encouraged, and we don't want to ban these books. We want children to be sexualized so that they can go up to an adult and be like, hey, do you want me to touch you? Oh, it's fine. Don't tell your parents. It's going to feel good. And it may feel good, but it's fucking evil. And the fact that you guys are engaged in that, Matthew 18:6 and Luke 17:2, you should fucking read those. Because woe to you who do that to these children.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Angelina Corsani, and I'm a policy advocate at the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial Counties. I'm speaking today in support of Supervisor Lawson Reamer's board letter. This letter uplifts the importance of a commitment to freedom of expression and pushes back against the censorship of literature. Libraries should be places where people feel represented and where diverse authors are celebrated. However, a handful of extremist groups are mounting a nationwide campaign to take away our freedom to learn. Last year in California, there were 52 challenges to 98 book titles in public and school libraries. Book bans represent a direct threat to intellectual freedom by censoring marginalized voices, limiting critical thinking, and undermining the democratic principle of free exchange of information and ideas. This is a brazen attempt to erase parts of our history and suppress diverse voices. These acts of censorship disproportionately impact Black, Indigenous, and LGBTQ+ communities. Politically motivated censorship has no place in California or anywhere in this country. We support AB 1825, the Freedom to Read Act, and all the recommendations put forth in this board letter. Our County Board of Supervisors should unite and send a strong message. It is our responsibility to safeguard people's freedom to learn and thrive. Please vote in support of this board letter. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
All abold, you propose to prevent library boards and schools from restricting certain materials based on their topics or views expressed in them. Determining how and where to display library books is probably the main function of library boards. County rules should not prevent them from exercising this important function. So you're going to allow people to shutter those ad books in the library somewhere else to be read apparently by anyone, including kids, if the reader has the time, ability, and resources to get there. So how is this different from book bans? And if you're serious about preserving access for people in the community, why don't you just put these books in a locked cabinet? Don't just display them at another location. If you do move these inappropriate books, the protesters will simply move too. And then to have a special week celebrating banned books is sure to inflame tensions.
They know.
I doubt the county proposal is even constitutional. Tara has introduced so many measures against due process and free speech before. Why should this be any different? Maybe I should do a remedial lesson or two on the California Constitution. And I would like to know why this is under the land use and environment category in the agenda.
Yeah, Tara's bullshit. How about a... Don't ban the books to overthrow government.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Gambler here. You know, I take a look and I hear all this stuff about, like, banning certain books and all that stuff, like To Kill a Mockingbird and all that stuff, but we've heard these stories before. We already deemed that we shouldn't ban those books. But that comes back up only because there's a talk about banning books like Genderqueer, which teaches, and other books along those lines, that teaches people to, hey, look, this is how, if, as an underage person, if you want to go ahead and look for these sexual deviant acts, go to Grindr, go to these locations, don't tell your parents, don't do these things. These are the books that parents have a problem with. That they can't even go to the they can't go to the school board and read the passages out of these books because they're so grotesque. Yet, you went ahead and threw in Kill a Mockingbird so that you could go ahead and say that this book is okay. I don't like these fucking games that you guys play with us. You act like we're all fucking morons and we don't understand what the hell's going on. That is ridiculous. And if you're getting your orders from, let's say, China or something like that, it's telling you to do this, that will divide us more and more so that they can come in easily and take over. That is fucking fucked up. Time will only tell on that. Because right now, we're allowing other countries to dictate how we run our own fucking country. This is fucking stupid, ridiculous. You guys going ahead and tacking on something else on there so that you could go ahead and allow kids to find out, go on Grindr so that you could go ahead and have sex with an adult. Like, I don't understand why you guys promote this shit. Why you guys support it. Why you, Tara, support your girl knowing exactly where they...
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Karina Pugh, pronouns she, her, and I'm speaking in support of item 18 on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center. As book bans and censorship of marginalized voices are on the rise across the nation, San Diego County has the opportunity today to be a champion for diversity, education, and access. Book bans disproportionately target LGBTQ+ and BIPOC narratives, voices that have historically been silenced and that deserve to be uplifted. Particularly for youth, seeing narratives that reflect their own lived experiences can be affirming and life-changing. Last year, a library in Rancho Penasquitos was targeted by protesters for their display of LGBTQ+ books. This incident showed us that action must be taken to maintain access to a diverse, inclusive range of literature. These attempts to censor marginalized narratives are far closer to home than we may think, and this policy will be an important step forward in amplifying underrepresented voices to promote inclusivity, acceptance, and respect. The San Diego LGBT Community Center supports the yes vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's Truth Terror brought this item today in solidarity with political theater.
Theater, like all day long.
Controlling narratives, that's right, Tara. Here's proof. Tara, are you going to allow children to read propaganda by Edward Bernays so they can learn how politicians like yourself try to deceive people? Or how about No One Died at Sandy Hook by Alex Jones? That's a pretty controversial banned book. What about The China Lobby in American Politics, written in 1960, that the State Department, the CIA, and the Federal Bureau of Narcotics forced Macmillan to stop publishing in collusion conspiracy with the Chinese Nationalist Socialist Party? Or how about unbanning of the 1974 book, The CIA and the Cult of Intelligence, written by former CIA and Department of State workers Victor Marchetti and John D. Marks, the first book to have been censored by federal judges prior to publication. The CIA demanded 399 passages of the book censored. What about the book The Federal Mafia by Erwin Schiff, which talked about how the Federal Reserve System is a scam that is not federal government controlled. It is a private corporation that charges the interest for every dollar printed, which results in inflation. Or is this political theater item only in promotion of books that fall under the LGBTQI+ umbrella while discriminating against all others and promoting sexually explicit material to children in collusion with extremist librarians? How about when the Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government found that the feds, via the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, in collusion with banks, were tracking people's purchases of books that included religious texts? It is a known fact, sir, that you personally do not appreciate diverse voices. If you did, you'd be actually listening to them at this meeting rather than looking down the whole time. Toni Morrison wrote in Burn This Book, quote, "The erasure of other voices, of unwritten novels, poems whispered or swallowed for fear of being overheard by the wrong people, outlawed languages flourishing underground, essayist questions challenging authority never being posed, unstaged plays, canceled films, that thought is a nightmare." And that's the world you build, Tara, with every single political theater item you introduce at every meeting. Thank you.
Now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson, I am definitely in favor of this. The attempts to ban books in schools has gone way too far. It's gotten way out of hand. Even here in California, we've seen a lot of school districts, school boards try to ban books, and it's gone too far. And I just want to say something about this sexually explicit content remark that people like the last caller keep repeating ad nauseum. It's a total lie. Oftentimes, what they consider to be sexually explicit content is, hey, acknowledging that gay people exist. But that's literally all it is. Like, you know, you can spare me the talking points about, oh, it describes the act of oral sex and a bunch of other graphic stuff. First off, no, a lot of times books in schools don't describe those things. That's totally made up. And second, you know, for people who are so insistent on pushing this moral panic about what kids should be reading, you're the ones who seem oddly obsessed with this, like, sexual content that you're describing. Let's pretend that books do have these things. You guys seem really obsessed with it for some reason. You're kind of telling on yourselves. You know, like, you can want kids to be reading quality content without calling for everything you don't like to be banned. That's very regressive. It's never worked, and it's just trying to ban ideas. It's really stupid. Anyways, I support this item. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes public comment on this item.
All right, Supervisor Anderson.
You know what? Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple questions for our library staff. Thank you. Could you describe how we fill the library with books, and do we ban books? Hey, I have the same problem, so don't worry about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. So the county library is what's known as a popular library. So our goal is not to collect every published work. We collect works, bestsellers, things that we know our community wants to read, across a broad spectrum of collection development policies. So we try to collect in the threshold languages. We try to collect stories that our customers want to hear or know about. We don't ever proactively ban a book. So when we choose to acquire a book, whether it's been banned by this or that organization, we don't factor that in. We are trying to get reading materials that our communities and our customers want to read.
And I just want to follow up and see if your policies changed. When my kids were growing up, Alpine was a closet of a library. So we had to order every book. And within like 3 or 5 days, whatever book we ordered, you produced.
Yes.
And so is that still a policy for all our libraries? So if somebody was hell-bent on a particular book, if it's
Supervisor, we are so good at getting books.
I know you are. And you're even better at building libraries in my district. I'm grateful for it.
We've changed, we've modernized our technology so we can fill requests for a book within 1 to 2 days from our own collection. And then what's really fantastic about libraries is we participate in several consortium, so our customers can get books from all the local universities. Is one consortium, and another one is universities and public libraries throughout the West Coast. So altogether, customers have access to about 45 million titles, our 1 million plus our partners.
Well, you're setting the example for the state, and I'm sorry that other communities ban books, but I'm grateful that you do such a great job for my communities. Thank you.
Thank
you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your responses there. That I think this is a solution for a problem that doesn't exist here in the county. The county doesn't ban books, and you have no plans to do so. Is that correct?
Correct. It's not that. So yes, we do not proactively. We would not ban books.
Okay.
There was earlier comment. Our staff are challenged by sometimes very angry people who want us on the spot to remove material. So there is a policy consideration around, no, we have this material because it's what the community wants to read.
Okay, so a second grader gets a library card. Can they order a sexually explicit book from the library?
So
instead of going in, can they just order it over the over the Libby app or something like that?
It depends on the book. So I'm sorry, let me just break it apart. So we do not give minors a library card independently. The card has to be requested from their parent or guardian in the library. So at that time, when a child gets a library, we share with the parent, your child has access to the collection with one exception. There was a board policy in 2008 that directed the county library not to check out R-rated materials unless the parent has given concrete consent. So on our library application, there's a checkbox. If the parent wants the child to have access to that material, then they have to check the box. Otherwise, our system won't allow that checkout.
So at what age does the child is okay to check out? It doesn't need parental permission anymore. Is there a certain age or?
Well, 18.
Oh, 18?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's good to know, because I wasn't quite sure how that works. So AB 18805, though, from what my staff has told me, is it takes away any local control and makes it easier for kids to access non-appropriate material without parental consent. I don't know if you're familiar with that. But 18805 would remove the protection to allow kids to check out R-rated videos, which they can't do that now, R-rated material. AB 18805 would allow children or any age person to check out R-rated or sexually explicit material without parental consent or even without parental notification for the libraries if that goes through. And I know you're in this Assembly Bill 1825 that you want us to approve. That's going to take away that parental notification or parental consent if that gets passed. And I do like the way that, I guess, Miguel, how you stock the libraries. You stock with what, the people have been requesting and everything else. And I think one of these recommendations was to stock every one of the top 100 frequently banned books in every library. So that's one of the recommendations in today's board letter, and it just doesn't make sense to do that. I mean, you don't do that with any other books, to keep a copy of every one of those books in each and every library.
So Supervisor Desmond, one of the reasons we're so efficient is we have what's called a floating collection. Mm-hmm. The books don't have a home library per se. They go to wherever the next customer has requested them. Okay. They get returned to that library until the next customer requests it at another branch, and then they go over there.
So currently there's parental discretion, though, up to age 18 for what kids can check out.
So there is at the time that the parent gets the child the library card. We encourage parents and caregivers to be involved in the reading selection of their children, but a child can come in once they have a library card in their name, they can come to the library independently and check out anything except...
Oh, wait a minute, I guess I'm confused. I thought your answer was the other way the first time around.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to...
That's okay. No, maybe I wasn't clear enough. But, so once a child gets a card, okay, yes. Second grader gets a card.
Yes.
And you encourage the parents to be participative, but however, if that child recommends a sexually explicit book, can that child get that book without the parent knowing?
Yes, but there's a conversation to be had on what's sexually explicit, but they can...
Well, if it's one of these...
Yes, they can check out anything in our collection. I'm not trying to dodge.
Okay, so they can check out anything in the collection. All right, well, that's a whole different answer than I thought I heard the first time.
Sorry, I didn't mean to mislead.
No. I'm sure you... Okay, so right now, a child can get any type of sexually explicit material once they have a library card.
They can check out anything in the collection.
They can check out anything. Okay. All right. Well, I'm back to my notes then on this. Let's see. Hang on. So, to me, I'm mostly concerned about parents and their rights to protect their kids from inappropriately, especially sexual content. I think we should protect minors from any sexual content not appropriate to their age. That's why sex ed isn't even taught until like 6th grade. So there is an age limit before you're exposing them to any sort of sexual content. And as I said earlier, recommendation 1 supports AB 1825, which basically would take away our ability for the R-rated materials to not have them check out. AB 1825 would do that. And to me, this is about protecting our children from being exposed to any graphic content that's clearly inappropriate for their age. I think we should be doing. And to require every one of those potentially challenging books at every library, to me, with your floating library system, that seems like that would be disruptive. For example, you'd have to have, every library would have to have Captain Underpants and 50 Shades of Gray on their shelves. And just this morning, we had the agenda item on social media where, Tara, you had said, all social media is a tool for information and entertainment, but it can be quite harmful if not used in moderation with age-appropriate guardrails. So you want to put the age-appropriate guardrails on social media, but not necessarily on literature in our libraries. So I can't support this. I just think we need to protect our minors and our children from any sexual content until they go to at least 6th grade and have to go through sex education. I think 1825 is absurd. Parents should be able to have more control, I think, in our libraries over what their children check out, and I'm not going to be supporting the item. Thank you.
All right, so I'm really concerned because I don't know where it says specifically books that are related to what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Well, sexually explicit books.
But it doesn't, that's not what this board letter is about, so I'm really concerned about.
Well, I want to protect the children from being able to check out sexually without their parents knowing.
Supervisor Desmond, I just feel like we're sharing misinformation with the public when we specifically asked about that question because, there is information, for instance, on comprehensive sex education that is provided, that is age appropriate, that depending on different perspectives, people may see that in one frame or another. And so I think we're sharing information right now that is not specific to the board letter. Those are all fair questions that you're asking, but I mean, the reality is when I read this board letter is specifically to making sure that we are supporting the freedom of residents to read, challenge and ban books, and the books that we are talking about, nobody here said sexually explicit books. So I just want to make sure that that was not what the board letter was asking for. Vice Chair Lawson-Weimer.
Yeah, I think it's useful probably to bifurcate this conversation, right? There's probably, it sounds to me like my colleague would be interested in having a conversation about existing library policies on what kind of books people can check out at what ages. That sounds like the conversation you're trying to have. Can you check out at what ages? That sounds like a conversation that you want to have regardless of the conversation around banned books. That's a relevant topic, I think, for lots of parents, whether the books are banned or not banned, whether they're books that nobody's banning.
Well, right now we're not banning any books.
So I'm separate. I want to be clear. This board item has nothing to do with the conversation that my colleague is raising, which is about what ages and what are the limitations at what ages you can check out books. What this board letter is about having our librarians' backs when they get challenged by people in the community saying, we don't want these books in our libraries, and making sure the librarians know we support them.
They're already doing it.
And they have told me many times how important this is to them, how much they felt threatened, how difficult this has been. It's why I propose that we should light the building. There's a national banned book week. The whole purpose of this is to say, we got your back, librarians. We're not banning books in San Diego County. We never have and we never will. So that is what this is about. If my colleague wants to have a conversation, a separate conversation about the question of age-appropriate material and what ages are,
25.
I would be happy to better understand that. Right? I'd be happy to turn the floor over to Miguel. He can talk further about it, but I want to make very clear that this item is about the fact that we have had threats to our librarian staff in San Diego by community members mad about books that are on our shelves, and that this is part of a nationwide trend of trying to limit access to information. And the purpose of this item is to say we've never done that in San Diego County and we're never going to do that in San Diego County. So if you want to propose this item because you're making up reasons, I cannot stop you. But if you want to have a conversation about what kind of items are available based on ages, that is not what this item is about.
Well,
Give me 1 second, Supervisor Desmond. I'm going to have Supervisor Anderson speak, and then I'll have you follow up. Go ahead, sir.
In my district,
Give me 1 second. I already gave you a warning. This is your second one. You can go ahead and leave, please. You're disrupting the meeting. It wasn't me. You were looking at me, and I didn't say anything. It was Tom, right?
No, it was not him. I did not say, I never said a word. It was not.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to tell you who.
will the real perpetrator please stand up? No, I'm just teasing.
I just wish they would follow the guidelines and let us have our meeting. I'm not trying, I don't mind you, we want you here. If you could just make sure that you follow the guidelines so that we can actually have a discussion, that's all we're asking.
I did.
Go ahead, sir.
My issue's a little different than my colleague. In my district, I've had no complaints. everyone's in love with libraries. They're getting every book they want to get. And I don't want to send a signal to our staff that works in my district that we're having to pass something that's not a problem. And, you know, I respect you're not doing this because it's an election year. But when we look at this, I love what the work you're doing. And we've been opening up libraries that were promised to my community long before I got elected. And actually, my predecessor deserves credit for all of it. But I've been the benefactor of being there. We've had several events in our libraries, and people have had plenty of access to tell me what their concerns are. Never has this been a concern. In fact, just the opposite. And thank you so much for explaining how you do it, that we get every book, and we get every book in a timely fashion. And even if it's a book that's not in our library collection, I don't want people outside my district mandating what books go in my district, and so that my constituents can't get access to the books they want. And I'm not saying whether a 4-year-old's getting a sexually explicit book. That's not my focus at all. My focus is that library's there to serve the needs of my constituents, not to make somebody else in another district feel good about themselves. Let's allow autonomy and allow people to have the freedom to access the books they want without dictating to them what books that they're going to have instead of the ones they request. And I love the plan that the county uses. I had no idea about it before this job, and before I had the good opportunity to work with you. I had no idea just the incredible level of service. If there's one thing at the county that we can say we do better than everyone else, it's the administration of our libraries. And again, thank you and your staff for the incredible work they do.
All right, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the clarification that on Bill 1825, which I have right in front of me now, that public libraries shall not, their resources shall not be denied based on any age, background, or views. So right now we have in place no R material. It can be checked out by a minor. Is that correct?
If the parent indicates that.
Okay, if the parent indicates that. But this 1825 basically takes away that option to have the parent say okay for that. So for that reason, and AB 1825 takes away that possibility of that staying in place. So that's going to have to change if 1825 passes.
I don't think he's prepared to speak to the bill. Go ahead and...
You know, wait, don't just interrupt me and just start taking over. This is what's, I guess, why I'm not going to be supporting this because of the bill.
That's fine.
1825. And so it's going to strip away that restriction for R-rated material.
Understood, Supervisor Desmond. What I'm sharing with you is that our staff is not prepared to speak specifically to the bill. They can speak specifically to the policies that we have. And so I was going to turn it over to Amy to respond to some of the questions that you have, because I've asked our CAO who can be more specific about responding to some of the concerns that you have.
Okay.
That was what I was trying to tell you.
To be honest with you, I don't expect them to know the inside.
So that's why I was trying to share that with you.
No, but that's my, I guess to my colleagues, that would be my hesitation for supporting this, primarily because it takes away those parental controls that we have in place.
Okay. Go ahead, Amy.
Chairwoman Vargas, Supervisor Desmond, we do have procedures in place for the parental oversight and the protection of minors, and we will be able to maintain those same procedures that we have for that parental oversight and the protection of minors when they come in and they request a library card for their children. We can maintain that now, and also when the legislation is enacted, we can also keep our parental oversight procedures.
That doesn't read the way I read I disagree with the way we're reading the bill.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right. So I don't know that we have any experts on the bill, so we could have this conversation. So we have specifically an item before us. We have a motion and a second and no additional speakers, so I'm going to go ahead and ask for a vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. The next I need the folks in the gallery to please keep from making comments. If you have comments to make, feel free to send emails to our offices or go ahead and have conversations outside of the building. We have a lot of items to go through still. If you need to speak on an item, go ahead and request a slipper, Chapter 27 to Division 1 Business Regulations on Title II licenses, business regulations, and business taxes of the County Code of Regulatory Ordinance relating to private employers' use of criminal history and employment decisions.
We'll give the team a second to set up. I'd like to introduce Brandon Butler, the Director of the Office of Ethics and Compliance and Office of Labor Standards. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm Brandon Butler, Director of the Office of Ethics, Compliance, and Labor Standards, and I will be presenting on item 19, which is a local fair chance ordinance for San Diego County. The Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, also known as OLSE, was established by the County Board of Supervisors in May 2021 to be the local resource for workers and businesses alike, to provide clarity and information about employment laws and regulations, and to ensure that workers are being treated fairly. On March 12, 2024, the Board of Supervisors directed the Chief Administrative Officer to explore the feasibility of establishing a local enforcement mechanism for the California Fair Chance Act through OLSE and return to the board with a draft ordinance. This action was included as part of the county's Alternatives to Incarceration, or ATI initiative, which focuses on actions to reduce incarceration for at-risk and justice-involved individuals. Today's request is for the board to approve the introduction of a fair chance ordinance to our County Code of Regulatory Ordinances and authorize OLSE to reduce barriers to employment for justice-involved individuals and provide educational outreach services to businesses in the unincorporated area to ensure compliance. Now, the Fair Chance Act went into effect on January 1st, 2018. It is a California law that generally prohibits employers with 5 or more employees from asking about conviction history before making a job offer. This type of law is also known as a ban-the-box law. California enacted the Fair Chance Act to reduce barriers to employment for individuals with conviction histories. The Fair Chance Act is part of California's employment anti-discrimination statute called the Fair Employment and Housing Act, or FEHA, which is enforced at the state level by the Civil Rights Department. The law generally prohibits employers from including questions about conviction history on job applications, asking about or considering an applicant's criminal history before making a conditional job offer, or stating on job applications that criminal history will automatically disqualify an applicant. Now, after a conditional job offer is made, employers are allowed to conduct a criminal background check, but they must follow a specific hiring process, which includes completing an individualized assessment where employers must evaluate if there is a direct relationship between the offense and the position being offered. They must inform the applicant in writing of the intention to withdraw the offer due to the criminal history, and they must give the applicant 5 business days to present evidence demonstrating rehabilitation. And the employer must also provide a written decision on whether the offer will be withdrawn and inform the applicant of their right to file a complaint with the California Civil Rights Department. Now, although the Fair Chance Act represents a step forward, unlawful hiring methods surrounding criminal backgrounds persist. Over 70 million Americans have a criminal history record. In California alone, 1 in 5 residents have a criminal record. Within a year of release, roughly 60% of formerly incarcerated people remain jobless in our state. Local data compiled for the San Diego region, used for the Alternatives to Incarceration initiative, highlighted a significant need for employment opportunities among justice-involved populations in our county. By addressing these barriers to employment, the county can improve employment outcomes, reduce recidivism rates, and support the successful reintegration of justice-involved individuals into our community. Now, since 2021, OLSE has implemented a multilingual outreach and education campaign in partnership with justice-focused employment programs and the Sheriff's Department. These trainings include over 100 Know Your Rights seminars for justice-involved adults at the Las Colinas and East Mesa reentry facilities and transitional age youth within the Second Chance program, as well as a 6-part training series for employers. Throughout these trainings and workshops, OLSE has gained insight into the persistent challenges that employers and justice-involved continue to face. Now, the Fair Chance Act represents a step forward. However, the use of unlawful hiring methods surrounding criminal backgrounds persists. Although OLSE's concentrated efforts to educate both employers and job seekers about the Fair Chance Act has had an impact in the region, a significant problem remains. Many qualified candidates continue to be denied employment opportunities because of their justice-involved past. When justice-involved individuals find themselves trapped in a frustrating cycle where employers are not giving them a fair chance to apply for a job because they have a criminal record, there's no local resource to address this violation of the Fair Chance Act. Justice-involved individuals and community organizations are asking for localized support. These entities, recognizing the urgency and gravity of the situation, have reported to OLSE that educational outreach alone has not resulted in jobs for workers who have a criminal history. Now, in collaboration with local community and business organizations, over the last several months, we have identified mechanisms and tools by which the county can expand support and dismantle employment barriers in our region using a local fair chance ordinance. To support the development of this proposed ordinance, OLSE outlined and built a program during one-on-one meetings with over 20 organizations, ranging from chambers of commerce to nonprofits and the building trades. OLSE created a framework of a proposed ordinance and sought input at 3 town halls, one for the justice-involved community held in the unincorporated area of El Cajon, one virtually for businesses and employers, and a hybrid event for stakeholders at the Southeastern LiveWell Center. For those who were unable to participate, 3 voluntary surveys were created to seek input from the community and reentry service providers, business groups, and justice-involved workers. All stakeholders emphasized the need for increased education and outreach, and workers stressed enforcement as being crucial to ensuring real job opportunities. At the request of business groups, we implemented a provision for critical roles that need to be filled urgently and cannot wait for the 5-day review period. Now, based on input from our stakeholders, OLSE is seeking board approval to implement a local fair chance ordinance that will complement and enhance the state's Fair Chance Act. This will clarify candidates' rights, introduce additional compliance requirements to fill gaps in the implementation of the Fair Chance Act, provide rapid educational intervention to businesses that are not in compliance, and improve enforcement by introducing penalties for ordinance violators when necessary to obtain compliance. These penalties are a last resort and only occur when a business is not working with OLSE to voluntarily comply with the law. Now, under a local ordinance, OLSE will also have the authority to implement an education program that provides employers and workers in the unincorporated area with training on the fair chance hiring process to support compliance. OLSE, along with our partners, will develop universal templates, resources, website messaging, and guides for fair chance hiring. This will also include the available financial incentives that employer can use when hiring justice-involved individuals. In collaboration with board offices, OLSE will conduct door-to-door canvassing to share information and resources with businesses and answer any questions they may have. As part of our educational outreach, we will create mechanisms by which community members and organizations can contact our office to follow up on suspected violations. Now, the local fair chance ordinance would apply to businesses with 5 or more employees in the unincorporated areas of San Diego County, or if a candidate's job is mainly located in the unincorporated area. The ordinance adds clarifying requirements to the California's Fair Chance Act, including employers must perform and retain a written individualized assessment. If an employer plans to retract an offer, the position must remain open during a review period of 5 business days. In the case of an emergency, when a job must be filled immediately, an exception can be made to this 5-day rule. And employers must provide written notice to applicants about how to file a complaint and include contact information for OLSE. In order to help with compliance, OLSE may issue statutory penalties to employers who do not comply with the Fair Chance Act. Penalties will not be issued prior to July 1st, 2025. And beginning on July 1st, 2025, an employer's first violation will not be assessed a penalty. All penalties will be based on the severity of the violation, the impact on workers, the size of the employer based on the number of employees, as well as annual revenue. We will also take into consideration the existence of prior violations. And half of the penalty will go to the justice-involved individual who raised the complaint. To avoid issuing penalties, OLSE will engage in educational and supportive interventions with employers to help them comply with the law. Now, today's request is for the board to consider the introduction of a fair chance ordinance. If the board takes actions as recommended, then on September 10th, 2024, the ordinance will be brought back for consideration and adoption. By creating a streamlined process for lodging complaints, providing rapid educational intervention to employers out of compliance, and granting OLSE enforcement authority, the county demonstrates its commitment to supporting those seeking to reintegrate into the workforce, reducing recidivism rates, increasing public safety, and revitalizing the economic output of our workforce. The Alternatives to Incarceration Initiative identified employment as one of the largest barriers to reducing recidivism and ensuring successful reintegration of justice-involved individuals. Today's action helps clear that barrier and gives workers in San Diego County a truly fair chance to thrive. Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, there's 2 revisions to the ordinance that are necessary to correct a typographical error. Section 21.2707, subsection C on page 5, line 2, contains a reference to section 21.2705, and that should read section 21.2703. The same revision must be made to the last line of section 21.2707, subsection C on page 6. The reference to section 21.2705 should read section 21.2703. And this completes our presentation, pending any questions. Thank you.
All right, I'm happy to second it. I just need to make sure that I turn it over to public comment.
Thank you. To speak on this item, 6 and receive 9 comments. Requested to speak on item 9. Actions that were provided to you. Favor? Has name to speak at the podium. And Alor Calderon. I've called your name. Please come forward. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Anselmo Jake Estrada, AJ Estrada, and I have the privilege and honor of serving on the serving with staff with the San Diego County Building and Construction Trades Council. Our council is made up of 22 affiliated unions, over 35,000 workers across the county. I'm here to speak in support of the proposed fair chance ordinance that is in front of you all today for consideration. This proposal is about equity, it's about dignity, and it's about the rights of the justice-involved members of this community. In 2018, the Fair Chance Act was passed to level the playing field for job candidates who may have previous convictions and are actively seeking new employment. As Brian mentioned, the Fair Chance Act was a wonderful step forward. However, it was quickly discovered that without a local ordinance in place, there simply was no way to ensure the equitable treatment of workers or responsible conduct from employers. This ordinance offers clear guidelines, as we just saw, for employers, providing assistance so they understand expectations while creating much-needed mechanisms to hold them responsible for their actions. Now, for workers, it will ensure our rights are upheld and enforced. This ordinance establishes guardrails around the Fair Chance Act, creating a safer and more equitable environment, benefiting the entire community. We urge you to support this, and before I go, I want to thank the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement for diligently working on this over the last 6 months. Your work and dedication is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. There was a chairwoman, supervisors, county staff. My name is Carol Kim, and I'm the business manager of the San Diego County Building and Construction Trades Council, representing over 35,000 union construction workers in the county. I'm here to express our strong support of the Fair Chance Ordinance to ensure that justice-involved members of our community who have paid their dues to society have a fair opportunity to gain employment in order to be able to make a living, to support themselves and their families with dignity. The building trades has extensive experience working with the formerly incarcerated justice-involved community to support their employment in good union jobs in the unionized construction industry that allows them to transform their self-images, break what is often intergenerational cycles of family poverty, and prevent the kind of recidivism that can result from frustration and even desperation that our justice-involved sisters and brothers and siblings can experience while trying to turn their lives around on the other side of conviction and reentry. So there's nothing, I'm just going to say, there's nothing like hearing a formerly incarcerated individual report at a life skills group meeting that he is an iron worker and a member of Local 229, and that he is earning health care for his children for the first time in his and their lives. There is little to compare with hearing from someone that she is now an apprentice with Roofers and Waterproofers Local 45 and feels completely empowered to leave behind the mistakes of her past. And there's really nothing better than to hear from our contractors that these members, these particular union members, are actually some of their best workers, and they would like us to find them more. So we're doing this work. We think it's meaningful, and I really urge all of you to support this ordinance and this in support of the Fair Chance Act. I think it's incredibly important, and If we're really serious about eradicating crime, this is one of the steps. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, Michael Brando and allegedly Audra. Called your name, please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alor Calderon. I am the director of the Employee Rights Center, and we stand in very strong support of this ordinance. We have been one of the voices and one of the supporters and advocates for people who have been previously incarcerated. And we can tell you that on a weekly, year-by-year basis, we hear the same message. People who have criminal histories do not have the tools in order to feel they have an opportunity to be gainfully employed in this county. And this proposed ordinance will go a long way in making sure that you are allowing workers and employers to know that there is a standard by which you want to go with, which is that you support people in the road to recovery. Too many of the people calling us always ask for the same. How do I know they can respect the law? How do I know that they will follow procedure? If there is no written assessment of their decision, if there are no penalties, if there are no public education policies that can be seen throughout the county, that you as a previously incarcerated person will be supported. How does a person coming out of that institutionalized setting know that there's a county that will support them? The fact is that they don't. And that they called the Employee Rights Center to say, I called you because I had no other choice but to think that I have to do something about it, because I really am trying my best. So for too long, this county has been seen as a place that does not look out for the most in need. This ordinance is an opportunity to change that. It's an opportunity for you to tell the previously incarcerated, the people with criminal histories, that you are truly
My person uses the name Audra, so this could go either way, because it's like, of course you want criminals, yes, to be employed, but it depends on what they're doing too, and I think that employers should be able to say no, that they don't want someone that maybe is a pedophile or a rapist or a murderer coming into their place of business and possibly reoffending. I think that, when we start to put our hands in everybody's business, it takes away people's freedom of choice of being able to determine who is actually their employee. And, but it is sad that, people do have such a hard time getting a job, but there's always people that are going to say, you know what, I'll let you come in, I'm going to give you another chance. But I still think that, somebody who doesn't want to potentially put their business in danger, that they shouldn't have to, that they shouldn't be forced to employ somebody that they may not feel comfortable with. But that's what this does, and we always want to meddle in everything. Just coming here, I'm like, got a criminal record. The San Diego Police Department refused to give me a press pass because I've been arrested here and assaulted. And then they said that I was a threat to the police and lab personnel just for being in this building. So I do understand the discrimination, because that shouldn't happen and there should be more discussion about it. But at the same time, if I was like a pedophile and I'm trying to get a job and it's like, okay, well, I went through some kind of, therapy or whatever, doesn't mean that I'm not going to do it again. And I don't think that somebody should be forced to hire me if I was. So I think that this kind of muddies the waters, because it's like, you guys want your hands in too much of the business that goes on with other people.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
All above. The first line of the proposed ordinance is in California, 1 in 5 residents with criminal record. Now, I'm sure this doesn't count the homeless and undocumented. There are too many homeless addicts and criminals and undocumented immigrants some of whom are criminals and hard to track if they commit a crime, apart from entering the country illegally, and we don't need the added burden of risk to the public. And this is besides the problem of rich animal abusers, profiteers, fraudulent contractors, just plain regular criminals. The employer should not be intimidated or forbidden from inquiring about someone's criminal background until he or she makes a hiring decision. This is a huge waste of resources. Do this after the interview and paperwork to hire someone, and then find out that maybe he's a serial killer, pedophile, or whatever, just after his neighbor's wallet. And then if the employer does find out he's hired a felon and wants to fire him or her, the employer has to wait for a background check report to come in, and for 5 days after to hire a replacement. Ridiculous. What if it's a critical position like a checkout clerk or a repair person when there aren't enough? Did we, the people, wait for this bureaucracy to play through and suffer for 5 days? I really also doubt that forbidding the private employers to use available data is legal or constitutional. And once again, this will cause your constituents needless suffering. I urge you to reject this measure.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good evening, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Chris Duggan, California Restaurant Association, respectfully registering our opposition to item 19 before you. CRA San Diego, representing thousands of restaurants and team members across the region, fully support ensuring any applicant with a conviction history is provided full access to the job market. Additionally, CRA San Diego members continue to partner with community-based organizations and local government agencies, including the Las Colinas facility, to ensure re-entry employment programs not only succeed, but expand. So while we appreciate OLSC's intent behind the proposal, we firmly believe if adopted, this ordinance will lead to unintended consequences and increased liability for small business owners. We base our concerns on the following. First, the regional application of the ordinance. While the ordinance states it's intended only for the unincorporated area, draft language includes any position performing at least 2 hours of work each week in the unincorporated area. This ultimately establishes a countywide ordinance and could unknowingly capture small business owners who are headquartered in one of the county's 18 cities. Second, requirement for individualized assessments to be in writing is extremely concerning from a liability standpoint, especially for our smallest employers, who wear several operational hats and have no legal counsel, potentially opening them up to frivolous lawsuits. Lastly, hiring delays. Should an employer make the business decision to retract an employment offer, the proposed ordinance would now require them to wait 5 days before they can fill that open position. This delay could be devastating for any small business seeking to expand quickly to meet consumer demand in our region. Again, while well-intentioned, we believe the already enacted, carefully crafted State of California Fair Chance Act of 2018 provides the best balance and protects the interests of both employees and our employers, and therefore we urge no vote on.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Wanted to go ahead and tell a company who they needed to hire and why they needed to hire them. I believe that was like Hooters. You wanted to go ahead and have dudes dress up in the Hooters gear and serve the customers. Unfortunately, if that were to actually take place, that business would have gone down. See, you guys stepping in and telling a business how they need to go ahead and run and all that stuff after they're successful and all that stuff, just for what reason? What reason? To take them down? I mean, the first time you guys went ahead and applied this, I went ahead and expressed how Terra wanted to go ahead and shut down particular businesses. And the best way to go ahead and do that was to go ahead and have this rule put in play so that they could go ahead and sneak a person that would obviously get fired as soon as the people know about them. Once that happens, you guys could go ahead and step in, make their life a living hell, go through a bunch of courts, and then they go ahead and shut down their business. This does not seem like it's good for the people. I mean, businesses or the people. Big corporations, like go ahead in the construction industry and all that stuff, can go ahead and take those risks, 100%. But small businesses cannot take that risk. You want to force them so that you could shut down the businesses that you don't like and prosecute the businesses that you don't like while letting the other ones slip through the cracks. I am fucking tired of this. As long as you're with my side, you could commit any crime you want. If you're on the other side, we are going to throw the friggin' book at you. This kind of shit needs to stop right now. You need a fixed election so that we can kick your asses out. Do you understand what I am saying? I don't know how many...
Thank you. And now hear from the final caller.
Hey, it's Truth. The criminals working for the county sounds pretty accurate to me. Sum up this item, the county wants to lower the bar for potential employees. I guess that's what happens when people keep dropping like flies. Sarah Gossi, gone. Holly Porter, gone. Who's next? Because you guys aren't looking outside your jurisdiction again, right? Who's going to be conducting investigations on allegations of violations of the county's version of the Fair Chance Ordinance? Of course, that's just a racket, collect fees to try to prop this unknown expensive new program. And then who would provide the propaganda outreach services to businesses about the county's new bar-lowering idea? Not facts, not science. Is outreach going to reach the jails? Isn't it the responsibility of the jail system to offer work training and development to those who show interest and readiness? Instead of the utopian psychosis suggested, the reality is that someone's criminal history, as all history, can help paint a picture of who they are and what they are capable of. I understand if Tara has a personal bias against these facts, considering that she, too, has a criminal record going back to 2003 and beyond. But she's also a perfect example of one's past still being relevant in every new decision one makes. People deserve a fair shot or redo, but they have to live with all of their decisions and consequences, past and present. If you supervisors don't like that, then this will be a fun experiment that may end up in even more criminals working for the county past this chamber room. So instead of legitimate merit alone, is there a DEI quota for the number of people hired who have a criminal history? Is there a restriction of certain types of crimes? Will sexually violent predators be employed by the county? Those parameters need to be clear before approval of this item. I'm also concerned if that slide is accurate that said 1 in 5 residents in California has a criminal record. Did all the innocent people move out because crime is continually incentivized and enabled here at the county level? Something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I want to thank the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement for bringing this ordinance forward and for all the work around this particular issue. I know that we've been very committed in making sure that we are doing everything we can to be an inclusive county. And as we think about the programs that we run throughout this county, particularly around being, having a holistic approach and connecting at-risk youth to wraparound services, trauma support systems, workforce development opportunities, and I believe it's extremely important that we also are able to really think about, well, once you go through these programs, you also need to be able to get a job so that you're able to do what you do and be able to survive in our communities. And so I really appreciate the work that's been done by our local leadership and unions, and I've had the privilege and the honor to sit from the beginning with the gentleman from Homework, from the team, to really hear firsthand from them about how this has impacted them. And I know many of them today, I want to give them a shout out because many of them were advocating today and they actually sent in email comments as well. And so I think that is really truly the evolution of what it means to be back in, integrated into society and to understand that your voice matters and that you are important to our communities. And so I'm really, really excited that they're engaged. And so we know that people are working and they're trying to get better, and there's so much training and programs, et cetera. So as everybody, it's been talked about, right, that one of the things that challenges is that folks get discriminated against because they have a justice involved past, and sometimes it eliminates opportunities for them to succeed. And I know that we've done programs like the firefighter programs, other programs, to really think about how we make sure that we're inclusive. And then also, as we were talking earlier today, right, it really targets particularly our communities of color. So I am excited about this ordinance and what this means, not only for employers, so that they're very informed about complying with state law, and also provides tools for job applicants to support their rights. And so thank you to the community for their input and sharing their stories, both email and in person, and also for having the courage to tell their stories. I think that's really important. So with that, like I said, I'm happy to second the motion, and really I hope these kinds of programs continue to grow, and that we're able to do everything we can to reduce recidivism, because it's so important for our communities. And so grateful for that. With that, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Mingler.
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, as always, Brandon, I appreciate all of your work, your thoroughness and your diligence and your rapidity in your presentation. So thank you. No, just in all honesty, this was really, really well done. I think very thoughtful. The policy, the Fair Chance Act has been state law for a while. And, I think it's very clear that in order for folks to be able to reintegrate into society, they need a fair chance. And if you've done your time and paid your time, and then you can't get a job or you can't get housing, it's just a recipe for people to end up, back on the streets or back in jail. And that's why this is so incredibly important for the well-being of individuals, but also for the well-being of our entire community. And I think what has been challenging is sort of a lack of opportunities to support our local businesses to know what the law is all about. A lot of them don't know, and I think some of the work that OSE has done that's been really great is partnering with our business community to educate business owners and operators. And I think the vast majority of feedback I've gotten from business owners is just how grateful they are that we've been able to make those resources available. And then for the few that are not really interested in doing what's right and playing by the rules and obeying the law, being able to have some kind of enforcement mechanisms to make sure that the playing field is level, and that, everyone who is already doing their part to uphold the Fair Chance Act is, not kind of being taken advantage of by other businesses that are not playing by the rules. So there's a lot in here that makes a lot of sense. I think, some of what you put out in the report is very compelling, and just want to, again, thank you, and happy to support this.
Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. See, Brandon, where do the 5 businesses with 5 or more employees, where is that the state? Where'd that come from?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Desmond. That is from the state law. 5 or more employees is what applies to the Fair Employment and Housing Act, which is the broad anti-discrimination statute in California, and that's where that requirement comes from.
All right. Well, to me, I don't know. I just think it's too low. I mean, I had a small business, and when there was only 5 of us, we didn't have any HR. We didn't have the mechanisms in place to even know about some of these laws, and all of a sudden to be fined over it is like, how'd this happen, or what? I would like to see that. I know it's already been motioned in second, but I think 5 is too low of a number there. And quite frankly, and I think we should give opportunities and chances for people that have served their time to come back and be part of the workforce. And what was mentioned here was iron workers and carpenters and things like that. But if you're running a daycare, if you're running, a different type of business that maybe it would not be as, appropriate for somebody with, depending on whatever crime they committed. They've done their time. I get that. So I don't know. I have a problem with meddling into small businesses, and particularly this small, for trying to tell them who they have to hire and who they don't. If they don't, they're going to get fined. This is a state law, and if the state doesn't make it a priority to enforce, you know, I get your office is doing that, but I think it should be on the state to do this enforcement. But anyway, I'm just disappointed that 5 employees, I mean, it's usually it's the owner and you know, a few other people working there, and then I don't think the resources are there for that small of a company to comply. Thank you, though.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much, Brandon, and to the entire team for moving this forward. We have our ATI folks, and you know, we're all from different departments working on how to advance justice. So I appreciate the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement for bringing this forward this evening. It's very, very important. It's sort of been a theme throughout today, although that was not intentional, that we need to be constantly focused on fully rehabilitating people, especially people that are formerly incarcerated, because if we don't, we will be a part of recidivism and the cycle that we talk about so much, more crime and more unsafe conditions for our entire community. And so economic equity is very, very important. This ordinance really promotes that. And there are all kinds of California laws in place to make sure that folks are safe and that they are qualified to do the work that they're applying to do. This opens the door that is oftentimes shut just because someone has a criminal conviction. And so it's time for us to deconstruct not only the laws, but the way of thinking, the way of stereotyping, because what we do, intentional or unintentional, is continue to perpetuate the stereotype that is in our mind about people. And so I'm happy to support this moving forward, and I'm looking forward to how it will enhance all of our communities throughout the county. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, it's a great presentation. And by the way, I'd like for you to present everything. You took on a lot of language, and you made it your diction was excellent. I heard every word, and I heard it at a speed I would like at 6 o'clock at night. I was eager to make the motion on this because I believe people can change, and I think they deserve a chance. And I rewrote the murder felony rule for California, and I wrote a lot of restorative justice. When we think about folks that are playing by the rules who want to change, if we don't assist them, our level of recidivism is off the charts. We are one of the worst states, although I like to think today we're not as bad as when I was serving, because I changed a lot of those laws. And this is another opportunity. And in my district, Rise Up Industries, it was funny, they wanted me to come visit them, and I said, well, I've already toured your facility. And they said, oh, no, you haven't. So sure enough, I go, and I'm looking, I'm thinking, I recognize all this. And then I looked up, and there was a Senate proclamation on the wall. I said, I bet you I signed that. And sure enough, I did. I had been there, but it was still good to see, not that I was so interested in looking at the equipment, but to see all these folks given a second chance at life, and they are working hard to earn it. We're not giving it to them. These people are stepping up, showing to work up every day on time, and they're learning skills that are valuable to our community. And one thing that I always would say when I was passing these bills is I'd say, if you want to stop victims, we've got to stop recidivism. Every time somebody goes back and commits another crime, we've created a new victim. And so even if there's no compassion in your heart for the person who's serving the time, certainly you want to avoid future victims. And so I want to thank you all for voting for this today. You have done it with or without my inspiring speech last. But this is an issue that's close to my heart, and I just appreciate you listening to my long-winded talk. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 23, supporting San Diego schools with solutions to the youth mental health crisis and smartphone access during schools. I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Thank you, and I will try to be brief. I know my colleagues and the team here have been here a long day, so thank you to everyone. I'm bringing this policy because I've been hearing from my constituents, parents, teachers, and young people themselves about the urgent need to address the constant access and use of smartphones during school hours, on school grounds, and during instructional time. And it's just become a real crisis of mental health and well-being of our young people. A recent study by Common Sense Media found that 97% of teenagers use cell phones throughout the school day, and about students receive an average of 237 daily notifications, most of which occur during school hours. So with this policy, I'm asking the county to leverage our extensive expertise and resources with mental health and well-being to support our school districts to develop policies around smartphone access in their schools. And I think there's a lot of ways that we could go about addressing this problem. So there's not going to be one kind of one-size-fits-all solution. I would imagine that different schools, whether it's a middle school or high school, and different districts are going to take different approaches to how to tackle this. I've heard from some teachers that would like a policy where you check the phone at the door when you come in. Other teachers that are really interested in pouches that lock the phone up for the day, but you keep it on you, and if there's an emergency, you could always cut the phone open. Some principals are looking at banning phones from schools entirely. Others say, hey, it's great, we use them in the classrooms, but we want to be able to have consistent policies regarding making sure they're only being used for instructional purposes. So this is not putting out any kind of specific restrictions or prescriptions, but rather just saying we know that there is a mental health crisis among our young people. It's something I hear from parents and educators and principals, that the rates of depression and anxiety and suicidal ideation have more than doubled among teenagers since 2011, and that it's very clearly tied to the rise in smartphone usage. A lot of reports around bullying, cyberbullying, kids who have changed schools, don't want to come to school anymore at all, teachers who feel like they can't teach and kids aren't learning. So anyway, that's the main purpose of this, is to just try to begin the process of working with our school districts and using our expertise to help them engage teachers and PTAs and parents to figure out policies that make sense in each school, and promote more learning and more face-to-face socialization instead of people just hiding behind their phones instead of talking to each other. So I would love to have the support of my colleagues, and with that, I'd like to make a motion. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up for public.
Speak on this item, 4 in person and 10 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 4 e-comments, 2 in favor and 2 in opposition. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 23 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. We'll go ahead and call all the individuals forward. I'd like to invite Michael Brando, Pam, allegedly Audra, and Mark. I've called your name. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Please state your name for the audio record.
Pam, no. And so funny, we don't want people hiding behind their phones. Anyway. Tara, it's fascinating. Once again, you want to pretend or project that you care about children when you didn't care about them checking out crap in a library. Okay, whatever. Remember this board, school districts mandated lockdowns and closed schools. What were children doing? They were isolated. You pushed them, the schools pushed them to use their phone more, to be more social on their phones. And of course, powers that be took advantage of this. This government is already too big. and too intrusive in the lives of the county residents. Tara, you already made the argument that schools are looking at different ideas and methods to help curb this problem, to solve this problem, to eliminate this problem. They don't need you. Now, perhaps you could come up with ideas like you did with the pilot program of $100,000. Did you guys know that? For District 3 to help with schools. Fine. You come up with some ideas, share them if the districts ask. Otherwise, parents don't need this county government to inflict its presence in the mire that is the local school districts. Many districts are doing their own thing, and even California Department of Education reconvened to look at this problem too, because all of a sudden they care about the safety and health of the students. Hypocritically, Tara, you may have impacted the mental health of your daughter by publishing her on your dating site. Every adult should want to protect children from harm, no matter the perpetrator or the perilous agenda. Jim and Joel, thanks for voting no on number 18.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. The hypocrisy is off the charts, Joel and Tara. Like, you're on your phone right now and you're like, we can't have kids on their phones. Oh my gosh. Good thing they're not emulating you, or I mean, I don't know. It's like if they're looking at you guys, that's what they would think that you do. Like, you just come up and you're just always on the phone. But it's actually pretty good because these are indoctrination centers that these children are going to. And they could actually educate themselves through the phone as opposed to being indoctrinated with like sexualized material at school. Right? Because that's just, we gotta sexualize kids. I mean, we give them those books at the library, right? And we don't even know if they get them or don't. They couldn't even give Jim a straight answer. It was like, no, that's not happening. Okay, well, yes. Yes, actually, that does happen. So it's just interesting to see you guys on your phones. And then you're going to vote this through to say that you don't want kids to be on their phones. So how do you do that? You're like, you can't be, but I can be. Don't do what I'm doing, but do what I'm doing. Who knows, right? It's all just a bunch of confusion. So good that you pay attention, Tara. I mean, hopefully your daughter doesn't look at the phone and see a spread eagle right in front of her, right? Or she's in front of you. I mean, because that's good. I'm sure she learns a lot from that. She's like, my mom spreads eagle on the phone. Maybe I should emulate that, right? Because if she did it, would it be wrong? Just like if they're on their phones, it would be wrong. And then I'm wondering,
focus on the item,
I am focusing on the item. And then I'm just wondering, like, what happens when there's like something that happens at school and the kids need to access their phones? Can't do that. Can't call for help. You just got to be murdered by some gunman that's going to come in and blow the kids' brains out, right? It's good. It's good. Good job, Tara.
Next speaker, please.
Young students.
Mark, so like with so many government policies, there's Hegelian dialectic, which simply means that there's a problem that either gets exaggerated or it's a real problem. In this case, I would say it's a real problem. The only bigger problem is government will take a problem and do their own solution that nobody else would want or come up with. So, and that's something that everyone should look up, Hegelian dialectic from the philosopher Hegel. In English, it would mean problem, reaction, solution. The problem with this, of course, it's a problem. It's a good idea to correct it. If you're going to make a pouch that you say could be opened in an emergency, it better pretty much be paper mache. Because, I mean, it's hard to rip a Vons shopping bag and poke it with your fingers and poke a hole through. And if you're a kid, that might not even be possible. And so I see just a million ways this could be totally abused. And very dangerous that a kid might not have access to his phone in an emergency. Also, the fact that you just ignored Jim and his argument about what he read when you passed the book ban thing for the schools, he made a really clear point that could give children access to something, and that he was reading it in a way that you did not intend it. And instead of rewriting it or considering anything he said, you just passed it, which is so typical, such a criminal attitude.
I'm just going to remind you to please stay on topic. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Radigan. I'm both a mother and a college student here in San Diego, and I just want to share my perspective. I understand the concerns about smartphone use in schools, and they're valid, but I also believe that banning these devices is more driven out of fear rather than understanding. So the first thing that comes to mind is if we make phones off limits, teenagers will likely just use them in defiance. There'll be more rules, more punishment, instead of our schools being spaces for learning and innovation. And then I think instead of resisting the reality that our children are drawn to phones, we should harness this opportunity for engagement for educational purposes, and we should challenge our educators to incorporate these tools in their lessons plans and encourage students to create educational content on social media. Also, if we want to destigmatize therapy and other mental health services, then we need to be where the youth are, on their phones, on the platforms where they are looking every day, and basically like get with the times. So I think this is more of a missed opportunity than a problem to connect with our students in a way that resonates with their daily lives and teach them to be responsible digital citizens while also enhancing their learning experience. So I hope you consider that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, Gambler here. How you guys doing? So let me just make sure this is straight. Sarah has no issue, like she does not want to ban books at school that teach kids how to screw each other and where to find sex and all that stuff. But the phone pose a danger, and we must ban those.
That caller dropped off. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's true. So that caller really dropped off. We've gone from banned books to banned phones, but all of it, you know what it is? It's nothing but political
theater. Sit here and have theater all day. Sit up here, we can theater like all day long.
That's it. That's all it is. And the other goals of items like this is to assert local control of the school. Sarah, you said each school district has their own ideas, so why are you interfering outside of your jurisdiction again and again and again? When Newsom says jump, Sarah asked how high, especially during campaign season when she's up for re-election. Every community should be deciding their own position, and every parent should have the ultimate say. I certainly wouldn't want to be a child without access to my phone during an active shooter scenario, for example. Tara, what would the child cut open the phone lockbox up with? What violent cutting tool would they have access to while in school? See, I'm actually young enough that I had a cell phone in high school. I know you guys can't relate. And I use it specifically for emergencies and an occasional text to my friends. My parents would not have been happy if there was no way to contact me whenever necessary. It's also concerning that Tara wants to experiment on children with lockable smartphone pouches by, quote, testing their efficacy in the coming months, end quote. As in, you're not sure if they even work? How much for these unproven county toys? I am willing to compromise, though. If we can keep Tara's phone and Joel's phone locked up during every meeting from now on, I could consider, and then deny, this item taking away a parent's right to choose what's best for their own children. Tara, you couldn't even make sure this board letter was accurate to docket on time. You keep trying to solve problems that don't exist, yet what you introduce always causes problems, and it's full of hypocrisy. Your face is literally stuck in your phone every single meeting. You can't even show up on time. So can you please just stop all of this political theater? It's pathetic. Not impressed. I know KPCS isn't going to report how much nonsense this is.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippett. I'd like to share an article that talks about the connection between teen marijuana use and psychosis. 5 out of every 6 teens today who sought treatment for a psychotic episode had previously used marijuana. It was an 11-fold increase in the likelihood of a psychotic episode compared to those who refrained from the drug in the first place. Please pay attention to this nexus between marijuana and mental health problems. Please stop ignoring it. As people have previously pointed out, you can invite people like Dr. Lev, who is an expert on this, and many others who can speak to this issue, and it would be well to listen to them. There are already pediatric psychiatric bed shortages that persist among the rising mental health concerns. Dr. Jennifer Hoffman, senior author of the study at Children's Hospital Chicago, emphasized the severity of the situation. Access to psychiatric inpatient care for youth is insufficient and scarce, and that is the same in California. The human cost of limited access is incalculable. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll go back to the caller that dropped off.
Gambler here. Sorry about that. My phone turned off. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So can you guys just be consistent? If you don't want to ban anything, don't ban everything. If you want to ban certain things, just be honest. You know, I'm really tired of you saying one thing and then very next item you go back on it and you go, hey, look, we want to ban that shit. Like, you're not being honest with the people that you're supposed to be honest with. You're supposed to serve us, not us serve you. And that's the way you guys treat us, especially treat me. Like, you guys tell me that you are allowed not to answer my questions just because I'm a big guy. That is not no DEI shit. That is me going ahead and targeting you because you're a big-ass dude. And we don't like you because you're a big-ass dude. I mean, that's basically what it stated in my restraining order, that I'm a big-ass dude. And that's why you guys have an issue, not because I said anything, not because I did anything. It's just you guys are full of shit. I mean, that's really, really, really what it comes down to. So I do find all of this very comical. So, how are you guys doing today? I'm doing fine.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Before I turn over for a vote, I just wanted to I want to acknowledge, I particularly have concerns with banning phones in schools for youth, because I really do believe that we need to trust youth. And then we also need to figure out ways to and how we use smartphones, because smartphones are such a powerful tool to get people to be exposed to things that otherwise they wouldn't be exposed to, especially in underserved populations and underserved communities where our youth may not be able to travel to a place like Europe, like kids up in north of the 8 would, but kids in my district would not be able to have access to, but through their smartphones or tablets and things like that, they would be able to. However, I will support it because because of the component that says that we're going to be working with the school district to find ways to bring additional resources to address the issues related to youth mental health care crisis and to do that work. So I will support it. I don't think smartphones are necessarily the reason why our youth have issues related to mental health. I think that there is a lot more to it, and so we need to be investing in our youth. We need to be providing the resources that they need. Healthcare access, healthcare equity is absolutely important as we relate to this. Taking away a smartphone is not going to make healthier young people, but this could be one of the many tools as we are working on this. So having said that, I will go ahead and support it, but have my reservations. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Yeah, I have kind of the same sentiments. School's a lot different now, and the phone's a tool, or could be used as a tool for learning. I mean, when I was in school 100 years ago, we all had to use the same encyclopedias or something like that to get information. Now it's all on your phone, and you have that access to it. So, I agree working with potentially the schools, but I think I'm not an educator, so I don't know the best way to handle this. My daughter's a second grade school teacher, and I think they use tablets or iPads or things like that in their classroom, but I think there has to be some type of restriction, so it's, because there's a lot of bad stuff out there on the internet as well. So we're kind of, bad stuff, books, bad stuff, in all different areas here that we want to protect children from and have them have the proper tools. But there's so much information and access over these phones. I'd be supportive of good smartphone policy and be supportive of schools in that area, but I agree with the chair where mental health issues and things like that and anxiety we can hopefully step in on. So I think we're kind of treading lightly with this one and letting the schools take the lead, and using it as a good, smart tool, I think is still an option out there. Thanks.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just want to thank both of my colleagues and just reiterate that's exactly the intention and spirit of this, is to acknowledge that there's a holistic set of issues and challenges facing our young people, and it's not about banning smartphones. It's about working with our schools and being a better partner as our school districts kind of try to come up with policies, and they're all going to be different. There's going to be some schools that they're San Diego Unified, they currently have a policy within San Diego Unified, all the kids get a Chromebook. And they've done that really to try to deal with that digital divide and that disparity. Other schools don't have those resources, and so you're going to need really different set of policies when you're in schools that don't have those kind of resources. So I just want to make sure that I'm grateful for the support, and also just reiterating that this is all about tackling head-on the mental health crisis facing our young people, and that social media and smartphones in an unrestricted way is part of that. But we're really talking about how we can be partners to our principals, our parents, and our schools to come up with holistic policies.
All right, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love what everybody said, but I got elected to the Board of Soups, not to the school board. And my district's really smart. They elect really good people. So I'm going to trust that my school board and our Attorney General can handle this issue. So I'll be a no vote, not because I don't have an opinion. I just don't want to get out of my lane. I'm going to let the school districts stay in their lane, and I'll stay in mine. But thank you.
Okay. With that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Oh my gosh. I have it. I almost made a mistake.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, I'm going to just take, I'm going to take a point of privilege, and I just want to have a 2-second break and just welcome the second cohort of District 1's Young Supervisors Academy. You guys want to just stand up really fast so everybody can say hi to you? Can we give them a big round of applause? They're future county supervisors and elected officials. But anyway, so be good to them. All right, 15-minute, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we're going to come back. And the next items are 15, 16, 20, and 22. Thank you.
guys, we're just finished up the Board of Supervisors meeting. What a shit show it was today. So many hot topics that, just were triggers for a lot of people. There was reparations. They were talking about the school books for children.
There's Monica right there.
There's Monica behind me. You can't see him. I don't know when that happened where you get warnings delivered on to the next day. It's a little weird. Oh, it's because of you mean so because of closed session is tomorrow? Okay. Wow. Bye, guys. Have a good night. Just interesting to see how things go. Is that your gun bag? Right. So, just very interesting as usual. It's probably not going to be able to see any. Say, hope everybody has a good night. It's been a very long day. And that's what happens in these meetings. Or, trying to protect children from social media, but then be implementing or encouraging for these kids to not have certain books be banned. Nobody's banning books in San Diego, but they should be banning these sexually explicit books that children are able to get at the library.
The building's actually lit in white. And this is in a federal kind of like a book ban in solidarity movement kind of thing.
Is that why it was?
Yeah, I think so.
So I don't know.
But San Diego's we've never banned any books.
But they don't ban books, and they weren't giving straight
Here comes
answers
Jim.
to Jim when he was asking questions about what's that? Let's see.
Hello, everyone. It's a late night.
Jim, see you tomorrow. He's like he didn't want to talk. He said,
No.
Oh, it's funny. Yeah, he should, because he owes me some information that I was helping him get. Listen. Joel.
Paul Bonanno just said call me if you can.
Joel, what's your phone number? I was gonna text you.
You know what? You Google it. Put it on my ballot state.
Did you?
I did.
I'm gonna text you,
Yeah,
Joel.
put it on state line.
Oh my gosh. I'm totally gonna text you, especially when you're on your phone up there. See you tomorrow.
Paul Bonanno just texted you to call him.
You'll say get in line?
Paul.
Anyway, so yeah, we'll see what that line.
He said call me.
The sheriff, the sergeant, so we'll see what he has to say. But anyway, it's crazy all the time. Just the fact that Nora is out in her SUV that we're paying over $41,000 a month for, and there's literally no threat to her or her life.
SUV with security.
Well, yeah, with security. That's what I mean. She's like an escort, got, a security detail, the one that Nathan had, that was costing us a bunch of money, and that's something that the people should actually consent to, and it doesn't even get brought forward in any kind of item. I mean, even the rest of the board should be voting on that instead of just arbitrarily and capriciously taking this money from the people just whenever you want, or whatever you want. Like, I'm gonna go get an SUV, especially when you're promoting not to be driving like that or that type of vehicle. It's like she might as well, take a bike, But anyway, so, it's so crazy, and I'm sure everybody else is tired, so I'm gonna wrap this up. Thank you guys for staying tuned today. It's again been interesting. We'll be back tomorrow and see what shenanigans are gonna take place. But God bless everybody. Find ourselves in it just keeps getting more and more crazy by the day. But
12-hour marathon.
yeah.
Board of Supervisors meeting
So
today.
God bless you guys. See you soon. Hey guys, we're just finished up the Board of Supervisors meeting. What a shit show it was today. So many hot topics that just were triggers for a lot of people. There was reparations. They were talking about the school books
They're
for
coming.
children.
There's Monica right there.
Here's Monica behind me. Let's see. Stop. Good night. Good night. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Okay. You can't see him. I don't know when that happened where you get warnings delivered onto the next day. That's a little weird.
Oh, it's because of the adjournment. You have adjournment.
Oh, you mean so because of closed session is tomorrow? Okay. Wow. Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense because they change the rules arbitrarily like all the time. Bye, Nora. We should have gone out that way so we could have gotten a picture of her license plate because we'll be showing that to people in her gas guzzler that she, is always promoting not to drive. But, if you're pretending to be threatened, then you can go ahead and do that. Bye, guys. Have a good night. So, just interesting to see how things go. Is that your gun bag? Nice. Well, you have a good night. All right. So, just very interesting as usual. It's probably not going to be able to see anything now. Let's go over by this light. But hope everybody has a good night. It's been a very long day, and that's what happens in these meetings. But it's interesting. So, like I was saying, they'll do things for, trying to protect children from social media, but then be implementing or encouraging for these kids to not have certain books be banned. Nobody's banning books in San Diego, but they should be banning these sexually explicit books that children are able to get at the library.
The building's actually lit in white, and this is in a federal kind of like a book ban in solidarity movement kind of thing.
Is that why it was? Oh,
yeah, I
right.
think so.
So I don't know because they.
But San Diego's never.
That's what the color would be.
We've never banned any books.
But they don't ban books, and they weren't giving straight answers to Jim when he was asking questions about. Let's see if he'll say hi. Jim. You want to say? No, I know. Just say hi to.
Hey, hello everyone.
All right, thanks.
It's a late night.
Good night, Jim. See you tomorrow. He's fine. He didn't want to talk. I don't want to.
No.
Oh, it's funny. Yeah, and he should because he owes me some information that I was helping him get. Let's see what Joel.
Paul Bonanno just said call me if you can.
Joel, what's your phone number? I was going to text you.
You know what? You can Google it. I put it on my ballot statement.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
I'm going to text you, Joel.
And it went statewide.
Oh my gosh. I'm totally going to text you, especially when you're on your phone up there. See you tomorrow.
Paul Bonanno just texted you to call him.
You'll say get in line? I don't know what he said.
Paul just
anyway,
texted
so
you.
yeah, we'll see what that says. Wonder why. Did I leave something?
He said call me.
Oh, okay. It's the sheriff, the sergeant. So we'll see what he has to say. But anyway, yeah, it's crazy all the time. Just the fact that Nora is out in her SUV that we're paying over $41,000 a month for, and there's literally no threat to her or her life.
SUV with security.
Well, yeah, with security. That's what I mean. She's like an escort, got, a security detail, the one that Nathan had, that was costing us a bunch of money. And that's something that the people should actually consent to. And it doesn't even get brought forward in any kind of item. I mean, even the rest of the board should be voting on that instead of just arbitrarily and capriciously taking this money from the people just whenever you want. For whatever you want. Like, oh, I'm gonna go get an SUV, especially when you're promoting not to be driving like that or that type of vehicle. It's like she might as well, take a bike. Who knows? But anyway, so yeah, it's been so crazy, and I'm sure everybody else is tired. So I'm gonna wrap this up. Thank you guys for staying tuned today. It's again been interesting. We'll be back tomorrow. See what kind of shenanigans are gonna take place. But God bless everybody, and stay tuned. It's always craziness in this world as we find ourselves in that just keeps getting more and more crazy by the day. But
12-hour marathon
Yeah.
Board of Supervisors meeting
So
today.
God bless you guys. See you soon.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is item number 15, the establishing an unsafe camping ordinance to prevent wildfire hazards and public safety in our communities. Supervisor Anderson, would you like to make comments now or after the public?
No, I prefer to wait to hear what they have to say.
Let's hear
Thank you.
from the, you're welcome. Let's hear from the public first. 15, sir.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 16 requests to speak on this item, 8 in person and 8 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 15 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by the individuals in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'd like to invite forward Oliver Twist. And Oliver will be followed by Michael Brando, allegedly Audra, and Mark. Those are the first 3 opposition speakers.
Good evening, Oliver Twist. I'll be brief out of respect for the late hour. I just want to say I strongly support this. Thank you for bringing it forward. Wildfire is such a critical threat for us, and I'm hoping that we can get a lot more data on the cause of fires. Sometimes it's very hard to find. I'd like to see a dashboard, and driving through the county, I see frequently one by Plaza Bonita, one in Mission Valley, one by the San Diego River. So I would like to see these fires tracked, and I've seen a lot in South Bay that are possibly migrant related, and so segmenting and tracking these fires would be important to me also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is getting ready to speak, I'd like to invite forward additional speakers in opposition: Rachel Hayes, Richard Ciaba, Natalie Rashke, and Levi Giafaglione. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Mark. So since the government has not ended the Federal Reserve, which is causing inflation with House Resolution 8421, and corporations do not create an ideal wealth distribution, an ever-increasing number of people will become homeless. And this agenda item will leave them nowhere to go, which is cruel and unusual punishment. See this YouTube video titled Wealth Inequality in America. And the light area on this graph literally shows what people think the wealth distribution should be, and the green area down here is what it is, and the area in the middle there is what people think it is, which is, they're sadly mistaken. So, since our Supreme Court, our corrupt Supreme Court has made it legal to arrest people for being homeless when no alternative housing has been provided, private prisons subsidized by our tax dollars will profit, creating institutionalized slavery here in the U.S. Real slavery now. You have not tried to stop Monica, who isn't here, of course. Gross interest on our national debt is greater than our national defense budget, meaning our U.S. is going bankrupt now. Because citizens don't understand the scam, this YouTube video will easily explain to you and your kids. See this from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 25 minutes, and you will understand fractional reserve banking and how it is screwing the country and bankrupting it right now. So, anyway, of course, they have nowhere to go. I mean, what can you say? You've made them poor, and it's such a scam to make people stricken with poverty and homeless and then give them nowhere to go and arrest them or move them.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. So this is interesting that we're like targeting the homeless when, again, yeah, they don't have anywhere to go. And we have illegals that cross the border on a daily basis, and we're getting ready to have them start more and more fires, even though they still do it. But they're doing it sometimes just to signal for help, and then it turns into a wildfire. They're doing it, you know, to stay warm and taking up people's property. So it's interesting that we're not trying to mitigate that and stop that in any way, but we're going to target the homeless people who, you know, don't have anywhere to go and are, you know, living where they can. It's like, and like Mark was saying, we arrest them. But we have these people that commit a federal offense crossing the border, allow them to destroy the land wherever they go. You know, by littering, doing all sorts of stuff, but they're literally starting fires for no reason sometimes. And I don't understand how we can, you know, target these homeless individuals over, you know, people who have committed a federal offense crossing the border illegally and then starting fires that they don't have to worry about paying for that. We're the ones that are paying for the fire trucks and ambulances to go and save them. They're not having any part in financing that. And so that takes away from the communities where these firefighters and EMTs are from being able to help their own communities, because they're sending, in some areas, 3 fire trucks and 3 ambulances at the same time. So anybody in the community where they come from, it's like, oh, well, too bad, you're just gonna have to wait for these people not to be using these services. So I don't think you should be discriminatory towards the homeless. We should be mitigating it across the board, and you're not, and that's really sad.
Thank you. Final call for Michael Brando, Rachel Hayes, Richard Ciaba, Natalie Rashke, and Levi Giaffaglione. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Angelina Corsani, and I'm a policy advocate with the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial Counties. I'm here today to speak against this item and urge the county not to pursue an unsafe camping ordinance. All people deserve to feel safe and protected. The fundamental obligation of our San Diego County government is to protect the health, safety, and well-being of every county resident, regardless of housing status. By passing an encampment ban, the county would further criminalize people experiencing homelessness, one of our most vulnerable populations. An encampment ban would only serve to hide, not solve, or even treat the deeper issues driving the rise in rates of homelessness. Instead of a ban, we ask you to prioritize long-term solutions and invest in housing first. The Housing First model rejects the criminalization of homelessness and prioritizes an actual solution, permanent supportive housing. The ACLU of San Diego Imperial Counties asks you to make the strategic, humane choice. We urge this board to treat people experiencing homelessness with the dignity and respect that we all deserve by implementing solutions that meet their needs. We ask you to vote no on drafting an unsafe camping ordinance.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. I can't believe I have to speak against this again. So I believe you guys were going to vote on something like this a few months back, and shocker, criminalizing homelessness still doesn't work. I don't know how many jurisdictions have tried to do this, from Portland to Los Angeles to San Diego, Escondido, El Cajon, National City, Chula Vista, Poway. They've all tried to basically make being homeless illegal. And surprise, surprise, it hasn't done anything about the actual root cause of homelessness. Not to mention, it's freaking cruel. I know we have a far-right Supreme Court that's given you guys the so-called legality to just be needlessly cruel to the least powerful people, the most powerless people in all of our society. But no, I don't care if it's Democrats doing it. I don't care if it's Republicans doing it. It's bad policy. It's inhumane. It's stupid. It's ineffective. I shouldn't have to explain this because so many people have explained this over and over and over again. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I feel like we're having to repeat this. It's just so obvious that criminalizing homelessness doesn't work. Come on. San Diego's better than that. So yeah, I'm against item 15, and shame on anyone who supports this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's truth though, man. Crazy pills. Like, I think the county's on crazy pills. Everyone hates sweeping homeless people without adequate shelters and beds available. Everyone also hates homeless encampments and tents blocking the path of people trying to walk on the sidewalk. Everyone also hates building homeless shelters, especially when the county tries to build them next to people's homes, devaluing their properties and putting them at risk of criminal activity without even a city's consent. My solution would be every city build their own shelters with all required services, including substance abuse treatment, basic health care and child care, and workforce development and training. What should never be included is harm reintroduction, which enables drug use with foil pipes and needles provided endlessly by the taxpayers. That's how you end up with another San Francisco. The problem is not really that complex. Don't sweep problems under the rug. Deal with root causes and offer a hand up, not a handout. See, when you do the opposite, then you have to require these homeless encampment bans. Yes, everyone having access to the sidewalks, public right-of-way is a necessity. I remember when I couldn't safely walk to the post office on 8th Street downtown. Sometimes it was necessary to walk more than a dashboard to track the causes of fires. We need to lock up the wild arsonists who we know did it. And a point of personal privilege to end on, I appreciated the 15-minute break. It was very needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Gambler here. How you guys doing? We're talking about wildfires and all that stuff from the homeless people, but what about the migrants that are crossing up? In 2020, we chose not to clean up the sides of the roads. We chose not to cut down brush. We chose not to do all these other things, and we allowed forest fires to rummage throughout the northern part of our state, blaming climate change. Dude, we learned our lesson, back in 2016 what we need to go ahead and do to prevent this stuff from happening. Now we're pulling out ice plant. We're going ahead and creating these areas. We're planting a bunch of plants that don't necessarily belong here, and then we're surprised that they all catch up on fire as soon as it gets hot because we're a friggin' desert. I understand that a lot of people that moved here don't understand that this is a desert, and we need to go ahead and treat it appropriately. But yet, you guys don't seem to understand that. You guys claim, I'm so fucking tired of all this shit, because if you guys actually cared about anything, you wouldn't be pushing the friggin' electric vehicles that are starting a lot of these friggin' fires all over the place, inside houses, burning up houses, and all that stuff. Yeah, keep them stored in your house so when they catch on fire, that you need a gas to put them out. Water doesn't work. It actually increases it. So you need, what is it? Oh, shit, I can't think it. Effluent? What is it? The thing that knocks out all the oxygen in the area in order to take out some of these fires. So please, what the fuck are you guys doing? Seriously? And I'm glad to see that the kids got to hear what happened to me. That's awesome. And the fact and how election fraud is happening before it happened.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
All about, including the wildfire hazards in this ordinance is a good idea. But, if you pass an encampment ordinance, it should definitely include provisions to guard against the risk of wildfires around homeless encampments. But I see this as another reason why it would be good to establish a huge congregate shelter. There's a proposal going around for Sunbreak Ranch. I've written you about it before, with all sorts of services, including kitchen facilities, which would eliminate, hopefully, or considerably reduce the need for open fires. But as many of these speakers have mentioned, there are other sources of fire around, like illegal immigrants or uncleared brush or things like that. So it's kind of ridiculous to focus just on homeless people starting these fires. Anyone can camp out, basically.
They're ridiculous, period.
And the way that the government is run, I am sure you'll have a lot of people, probably a lot more people camping out.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unlike the city of San Diego, many parts of my district are rural with high risk of fire. This wasn't necessarily focused on homeless, it was on all fires. When I introduced this a year ago, it was the 20th anniversary of the Cedar Fire. And we lost over 2,000 homes in my Senate district during that fire in 2003. And several people died, but two of them died fleeing the fire because they couldn't outrun it in their car. One was in, I think, in Winnebago, and the other one was following in their car. My concern is we've had one of the highest fire risk seasons with all the torrential rain that we've received. And just last Sunday, firefighters had to respond to a riverbed near Santee to put out a fire. Unfortunately, they were able to put it out. And I don't have the exact stats, but it's well over 100 fires in the last year. We caught in fewer than 10 acres and were able to put them out. If people start these fires, it's the equivalent of somebody walking out to a higher fire risk and firing a weapon in the air. The likelihood the fire killing somebody is much greater than that weapon. I don't want them to die, and I don't want them to burn down 1,000 homes and kill their neighbors. I think it's really important that we are proactive, not reactive to it. And the Cedar fire started because 2 hunters got lost and created a signal fire that got out of control quickly. And so even when you are trying your best, these fires frequently can get out of control because of winds, because it's the elements are there. And at the same time, if you were to go camping, there are times of the year when you go camping in the Cleveland National Park, you're not allowed to have a fire. This is no different. The difference is we're looking at areas that have open regions that are very prone to fire. Many people in my district can't get fire insurance because it's so prone to fire. So I asked, and thank you to my colleagues for voting for this, to have an ordinance put together and presented to us today to look at this so we can be proactive. It's, I don't want to rebuild anybody's lives because they've been touched by fire if we could avoid it. And that's what this is about. It's not about criminalizing homelessness. Now, I get if you're in downtown San Diego and you're worried about this ordinance, it has a whole different meaning than if you're in a rural area like Lakeside or Alpine or Pine Valley or Descanso, and you're igniting a fire that leads to 1,000 acres or more going up. And we know that fires do not observe boundaries, city boundaries or county boundaries. In the Cedar fire, we burnt into the city of San Diego. And when you have a fire of that magnitude, you're hoping to control it. You're not putting it out, not for a long time. So I just want to open with those remarks. As we listen to this, we're thinking in terms of not our little bubble of downtown San Diego, like so many people called in from, but actually thinking about communities like Julian, thinking about communities like Alpine or Ramona that are much more rural. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for bringing this item forward. And you know, we do have those issues in the unincorporated area with homeless encampments and things like that, the risk of fire. And it's, you know, I understand why people start them to stay warm, but sometimes they get out of hand. But one of the things that's more concerning, I guess, for me is, did you make a motion, I guess, on this?
I didn't. Did we hear did they give us a report? I thought we were going to have a report. We're just voting?
Yeah. Well, we have to make a motion.
Well, I'd like to move it.
I'll second. Okay, I'll second it. But
I'm sorry, I was looking forward to your report.
I think for the, well, one of the things my question is basically the staff is the unsafe camping ordinance is still, I guess this is to be part of it. You're asking this to be part of it. But I understand it's, I'd like it to come back on in 30 days or on the September 24th. Is that doable?
Yes, we can accommodate that request.
Okay, and I know there's other cities that put forward camping ordinances and things like that, and I guess I would like to see when that comes back that there's, as part of that, is what we have a plan of action, Ebony. We have a plan of action for those who refuse treatment. I mean, what do we do with people with this encampment plan that don't comply or just don't want to move and refuse treatment?
All right, so just for clarification, can you clarify this item specifically?
Well, it's on the encampment ban.
Well, my understanding is that voting for this item is to make sure that the wildfire hazard and that component of it is part of what you're going to bring us on September 24th. Me supporting this right now doesn't mean that I support the camping ordinance, correct?
True. Yeah.
That's right, yes. So we have board direction to return to the board with the unsafe camping ordinance, and we've been working on that for the last several months and preparing to bring that back here in the fall. So we've been engaging in briefings of several of your offices, and subject to the discussion around this item today, we will incorporate any feedback that we receive in the ordinance when it returns.
And I was just asking if it could be brought back. I was going to make it part of ask him to make an amendment, but if Ebony says they can bring it back that date, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Lawson-Weimer.
Yeah, you know, I just want to kind of echo the concerns. Obviously, preventing wildfires is critically important, something that we've been focused on and really trying to strengthen our firefighting capacity and doing everything we can to stay on top of wildfire threats. So I do think it will be helpful to have this included as, the ordinance that comes back for consideration. The only kind of question I have